If it doesn't crack, okay. I believe we're alive, and
We live?
I think I saw Jody P already saying hi in the chat. Look at
Yeah,
that.
what's up, Jody?
Man, she's
Then
everywhere, man.
Mickham said he might be here.
Victim, wake up. Wake up, Victim. Wake up. Yo, okay, everyone that is, eventually going to hear this or hearing this now, welcome. We're talking with Branton Lightcap today. And I don't know if you read my wonderful description, but tonight's all about
I
Pound
did.
Town. It's all about Pound Town. Branton, you actually wanted me to put Pound Town in the title, and I kind of wish that I had, but I was like, I was gonna put it through the description, but I just feel
Yeah,
like I feel like people need to understand by the end of the stream, like that Pound Town is where their fish need to go. Oh,
that's
hey,
right.
Jackie
Yeah,
said new here first live. Hello, Jackie. Welcome.
nice.
We'll explain the Pound Town thing. Hold up 1 second. You're new to this.
You
Um,
showed up to Pound Town.
yeah, but let me just introduce our guest. I'll steal from my own description, but today we're talking to Branton Lightcap. He's been keeping fish for 22 years. Currently has 38 aquariums. Is having success breeding for profit, and one of the main things I want to talk to him about is all things fish food because Branton has a saying where he says that he wants to pound the fish with food, right? So that's what we're
That's
talking
right.
about when we're taking him to Pound Town. And he feeds a lot of prepared foods, a lot of live foods. So I just feel like since you also breed a bunch of things and you're feeding a bunch of things, we can really get into like conditioning a different fish, what
Yeah.
foods have worked, what foods haven't. Um, but yeah, go. What would you like to start off with? Just Pound Town. When did you start saying that?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, Pound Town is obviously like something you say as a kid growing up, like, oh,
Right, right, right. So
yeah.
when did you
I
start
mean,
pounding the fish with food?
honestly, when I really got into trying to breed all these nano fish.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's a difference between breeding larger fish and nano fish, where the nano fish they need a lot more food as far as going into them and around them to know that their
Interesting.
babies are gonna have food.
Okay.
So I didn't really have a need for it until I tried breeding these smaller species of fish, and I found that if you can manage like as much food as you can get in there without like adversely affecting the fish. Obviously some fish have issues with gluttony.
Right.
So like a lot of the live bears, I mean, they'll eat until they kill themselves.
My God, dude.
Yeah, so you don't want to do that. But a lot of these like egg scatters and egg laying fish, um they'll eat to what they can eat, and then they're done, and then there's food left in the tank. And I think that that food being left in the tank like that, and them being well fed constantly, just it makes them want to breed, and it shows them that the time to breed is now.
Wow. So wait, what was the first fish that you were having? Were you having issues with it for a while, and then you started pounding it with food, and it solved it, or like, do you remember
um
that
Ooh,
the first
I
few nano fish? I'm sure you didn't do one fish. I'm sure you got like five nano fish to try to breed at once, but
Yeah, honestly, I can't remember.
well,
I don't know.
when you're pounding them with food, is all food created equal, or is there a go-to
um
for you?
well, as far as live food, my go-to would be brine shrimp. I feed brine shrimp every day at night. As far as prepared food goes, lately I've been using the aquatic provisions. What is it? I've been using a lot of the tiny fry powder, and then the other one is the small fry powder, so it's a little bit bigger granules.
Mm,
Um, I've been using a lot of the aquarium co-op nano feed.
okay. The
Um,
magic.
yeah, the magic
I'm
feed.
sponsored by Aquarium Co-op today. That
Oh, yeah.
no, that's a joke. I'm just wearing the I love
Uh,
nature shirt.
I'm I'm sponsored by what Ron John today.
Hey, well, Salient says that Branton wears thongs.
I
Uh,
do.
does this have an impact on your food selection, or is this like for the heat in the fish room you were mentioning earlier?
Yeah, yeah. It's for the heat in the fish room. Usually I'm up here in my underwear. The only time I have clothes on in the fish room is when I do these lives.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Scotty the Fish Freak, what's up? SVC, how's it going? Jody P says, "Hey Jesse, mother effing salient." See,
Hmm.
I said it right this time because I couldn't read the other time. Okay. So it's kind of interesting. You started with the cichlids and stuff. So for that,
Hmm.
what were you breeding where you didn't really have to think about the food as much?
African cichlids, so a lot of the like Lake Malawi, Mbuna mainly. I didn't really do a whole lot of peacocks and haps.
Okay,
Um, but yeah, a lot of Mbuna
okay,
because what I mean, 15 years ago that was like all the rage,
right,
and
right.
it was for me too. I mean, I just thought they were the coolest fish ever.
Do you still have any of those, or you gone full nano?
Yeah, I don't have any African cichlids left. The biggest fish that I have is probably like some turquoise rainbows.
Oh my gosh. No, I feel that because I'm on the nano wave too. Um,
Yeah. It's just a lot more enjoyable. I mean, just being able to keep them in smaller tanks and to be able to for me it's more appealing as far as scale goes. So like, just seeing these little fish swimming around like all these plants and wood structures and it just looks more, I guess, more real
yeah,
than like, my like we were talking about the Mbuna. So like an Mbuna tank with just a bunch of these big African cichlids slammed in there so they won't kill each other and swimming through the occasional rock. It's just kind of I mean they're cool to look at, but I enjoy this a lot more.
no, it's interesting you say that because I did always find those tanks like kind of stressful to look at. Like it's like, man, I gotta fit
Yeah.
this many so they're not like aggressive. Like, but
Hmm.
all right. So when it comes to the nano fish, which one? What are you breeding right now? Like, just name like five because I know you got 38 aquariums. So I don't want to test
So
your memory.
yeah, well, a lot of them are up in here. So I got the CPDs to my right here. I actually just picked up some dwarf neon rainbows. So
Okay.
what are those? The
The
Pregcocks?
Praycocks. Yep.
Yep. So I actually just got some of those today. I actually just reintroduced the male Borelli to the female again. So hopefully those guys I get another batch out of those.
That's the
I
epistogramma.
Yep,
Nice.
histogramma Borelli. I've got the dwarf pygmy sunfish down here. The Everglade.
Nice.
I'm pulling fry out of the parent's tank. Pretty much every morning. Uh, they're finally, man, those things are small.
Yeah,
Uh,
they are.
I've I've got a breeder box where I pulled out a clump of eggs that they had spawned in like this little clump of boost moss that I had in there, and I don't even know if they hatched or not or what's going on. I mean, you can't see them until they're like 3 weeks old.
Yep. I
It's
just
it's just
I
Go
just
ahead.
pulled an adult male Gilberti out of a tank. I didn't know I had a Gilberti in there.
Yeah,
It's like the
yeah,
fry will get on the plants and then like you won't see them until they're like adults practically. If unless like
yeah,
you pull like the eggs out. But like that's how it's been for me. It's like, where's all the fry? Then all of a sudden, wait, I don't remember there being another adult in there.
uh-huh. So yeah, what I found as far as getting numbers out of them, I mean, I like I said, I don't know if any of these eggs hatched. I have no idea. We'll see if they start popping up in this breeder box. But I just been going there in there every morning and shining a light in there, and they'll all be up at the top, just kind of like floating. And
Mm,
I'll scoop a net in there and I'll grab as many out as I can before they all dart back down to the bottom, and I'll throw them in a
yeah.
breeder box, and that way at least I can keep tabs of them in a little bit smaller area.
So we got the fish fam in the building. Peplin Creek Aquatic says Branton. three exclamation marks, and
Going on,
then
Brian?
a sketty. I want to say spaghetti, but there's no p and stuff. It's just s sketty. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah,
they also
Getty.
say Branton. And I feel like we're all wondering, how do you take the Ellisoma to Pound Town?
I take the Ellipsoma to Pound Town by feeding them a healthy, like full one of these pipette
Oh wow. Okay.
portions
I know that
of
one.
black, yeah, of black worms. How do you know this one?
I bought a lot of turkey basters for testing. I've
Yeah,
bought that one. Did you get it? I
yeah,
got mine from Weiss, but
yeah,
it's
this is the
identical.
good cook.
Yeah, yep.
Yep,
Yep.
I got this from Woodman's.
Okay.
Um,
Is that your
but
go-to
yeah,
turkey baster? Sorry, this is like a niche thing. The turkey baster thing is like I like
yeah, I've got like three of them. So I've got this one here.
yep.
So this one's cool because I've got a little tube that can go on the end of this, and it's got like a little nipple here to
I was
kind
gonna
of keep
say
it on
you
there from
did it.
falling.
You extended it, yeah.
I can extend it, so if I got to really get into a tank, I got that one. And then this one,
Oh,
this is one that the top comes off, so the good cook doesn't come. Maybe it does. Yeah, I think it does come off the
it
top.
does, it does.
Okay, but yeah, I don't know. I got three of them to see which one I like better, and yeah, I find myself going to that good cook one often.
It does have the biggest capacity. I do like the clear, the Imaginarium style ones, um,
Hmm.
just so you can see into it. But I may be a multi turkey baster for like I think
Yeah.
you do need the good cook plus one that's like for precision because the good cook for me at least leaked a little, like it leaks a little bit, like droplets.
Uh-huh.
You notice
Yeah,
that?
not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like initially when you tip it, it'll leak, but then it's done.
Yeah.
Um, but I like this one because it sucks the best.
Yeah.
I don't know what about it, something about the weird like tube up here, but I mean it'll go all the way up to that red, and I don't know.
There you go. Branton 25 good cook. Um So you do a whole thing of that for the Ellisoma of just whatever, baby Brian.
Yeah, and I mean it's not packed full, so I'll have like here I can show you. We'll go mobile here for a second.
No, okay, here we go. Let's see,
All
this is
right.
what happens when you're in the fish room.
Yeah. So, oh, pressing buttons. So like right here, I got the algae wafers and the black worms.
Oh, nice.
So I feed on this terracotta tray because I'm not trying to suck up a bunch of sand, which isn't a big deal if you do, because if you just hold the turkey baster in the water with the point down, the sand is a lot heavier than worms and it will fall out. I
Right.
just don't like doing that. But so I feed on this guy, and then so when I said a full turkey baster, so they'll be hovering around the wafer like this, and I'll just do one full suck. So it's not like jam packed full of worms. But there would be probably 30, 40 worms in there, which is a lot for a group of six Elosoma.
Wow. That is a lot. That so you're pounding
Um,
them. You are pounding them with fish for sure. Cause that's a small fish.
yeah. So basically uh and see the reason I don't mind throwing that many blackworms in there is because I've noticed the Ellisoma, they don't overgorge themselves. I mean they'll get nice and plump, but they're not, I've been doing this feeding them like that for a while and they haven't killed themselves yet.
Yeah, they don't eat
Um
themselves to death for sure.
yeah.
Like with mine, I'll
Uh,
put like a bunch of Daphnia in. Like the Daphnia will last like a couple days if I put a lot in there. Like they don't
mhm.
go totally crazy.
Yeah, and that's, I was comfortable putting that many blackworms in there because if they don't get eaten, they just live in the tank until they find them later.
Right.
So there are blackworms living in the tank that they haven't. So there's like a small population of blackworms just living in the tank because I keep putting them in there every day.
Leftover. It's like is that
Um,
like the equivalent of like cold pizza for them? Like the leftover
yeah,
blackworms.
yeah. So they've pretty much always got blackworms if they really want to find them. And then I do so at night I know I've got all that fry in there. Um, so I'll hit it with a dropper of paramecium, or vinegar eels, something like that. And
Mm.
then I'll throw in a bunch of baby brine shrimp. So, I mean, I put in, so when I'm doing my baby brine shrimp for a 10-gallon tank, I like these little droppers, and I'll do one full dropper of this per tank,
Oh wow. Okay. So you got
which
you do
is,
got multiple size droppers.
yeah, so this is a 5 mil. And that's a lot of brine shrimp for a 10-gallon tank, depending on how many fish are in there.
Yeah.
But for six Elisoma, it's a lot. But what I found is that because I'll come up here at night and I got my flashlight and I'll be looking in the tanks. Because if you guys have never looked in your tanks, like after the lights have been out for 3, 4 hours, and just go in there with a flashlight, you'll see some cool things going on.
Definitely.
But I'll see all the brine shrimp, they've kind of settled on the bottom, and then all the baby Elisoma, when you're finally able to see them, they'll be at the bottom and they'll just be down there just eating all the brine. I mean, they'll just be like bright orange, glowing
I love
little
that.
balls. They're just down there eating all that brine shrimp.
I've definitely woken up in the middle of the night and been like, wait, before I go back to sleep, let me go shine a light in the tanks. And
Yeah,
I just catching up. What's up, Big Steve, Cheryl, Cecil? How's it going? Salient did a super chat for $5. Thank you very much. And I'll be splitting. I've split the super chats 50-50 with all my guests. Is what I've decided. So Branton, you just earned $2.50. Code Branton
nice.
25. Um, Salient says, "What the f is Pound Town?"
Well, it's different. It's different than the pound town you're thinking of, Jesse. We're talking about pounding fish with food, not probably what you're thinking of.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. So when we're thinking about pounding fish for food and feeding fish food in general, I feel like a lot of the common questions are okay. First, how often should I be feeding my fish? And then I think the next question would be like, okay, how do I determine what's a good prepared food and stuff? But let's just start with the first one. So, how often should you be feeding fish if you're trying to breed them? And then how often would you feed a fish that you're just maintaining?
If you're just feeding a fish that's maintaining, I feel like once a day is fine. Two times a day isn't going to hurt them. Um, but again, I mean, if your goal is to not breed fish and you don't want fish, once a day is fine because I mean, they don't need that extra. If they don't have it, they're not going to try to breed, I guess, as readily. So if you're trying to deter it, that would be a good way. But yeah, one to two times a day is not going to hurt uh, anything. As far as just feeding, that not discussing amounts per feeding.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I mean, if you're really trying to get your fish to breed, I feed all my tanks twice a day. Depending. I mean, some of the fry tanks I'll feed 3 times a day, 4 times a day. But it's
Wow.
real small amounts each feeding. I'm not, with the fry, I'm pounding them with food, but it's a all day pound, so it's not like a heavy pound. It's a light
Okay.
pound.
Okay. A light pounding.
Yeah. So a more frequent light pounding.
Okay. Okay. And so four to like 4+ times for fry, and then if you're not trying to breed them, once a day. Do you believe in like? I know some people talk about like fasting fish. Like, not is that something you've tried?
It's not something I tried, but it is something that occasionally does happen. Like tonight, I don't know if they'll, because usually I'm feeding right now.
Right.
Um, so I might slip some food in there before the tank lights go out or after the lights are out or whatever. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I don't see an issue with it, I guess. Obviously, the smaller fish, it all depends, I guess, on the setup, but the smaller fish are obviously going to need to eat, in my opinion, a little more often,
Okay.
especially when they're real, when they're the fry like that, they're
Right.
trying to grow, they're using up a lot of energy. So not feeding fry, I wouldn't recommend. Um, and like I said, depending on setup. So in this Elisoma tank, I would have no issues. They've got stuff to pick at and eat on. If you've got like a really seasoned tank, it's not a big deal. Some of the breeder boxes, it might be a little bit different story, if it's a fresh, clean, sterile breeder box and there's nothing really growing in there, they don't have anything to
They
pick
can't
on, then
nibble
yeah,
acrylic. No.
no, no.
So that's a lot, and you feed all 38 aquariums twice a day, basically, when you can.
Yes. Hmm.
Wow. So what is the proportion of live food to prepare food each day?
It's prepared food uh for the first meal, and then for most of the fish, like I said, some of them like the Elisoma, they won't eat prepared foods. I
Okay.
haven't, I mean, so they're live for both feedings. The Scarlet Baddis won't eat prepared food, so it's live for both feedings.
Mm,
What else? The pea puffer won't eat live foods or prepared foods, so that's live foods, which I only feed the puffer a once a day at night, but there's always snails in the tank, so it kind of,
okay.
works itself out.
So it's one half prepared and then one half live foods.
Yep,
All right. You got like a very specific like routine. It sounds like
I
going
do.
on. Like, how long did it take you to land on this? Where like, okay, this is what I'm doing. Prepared in the morning, live at night.
Um, I don't know. It was just the easiest. It's kind of been that way from the start, just because it's kind of the easiest for me working. I don't really have time to mess around with live foods in the morning. Uh, so I grab my prepared foods and I just go to each tank and I drop food in there and then off
Mm,
I go. And then at night is when I kind of got more time to, I can separate my brine, drain it through a sieve.
oh my gosh.
Uh, I can do whatever if I got to go downstairs and grab some white worms. I got to pull the bin out of the closet. I got to, you know, carry that thing around with me and then paintbrush all these worms into
All
every
right.
tank. And that stuff takes time. So
Are you one of those
it's
people
just
like where that's an important like you enjoy doing that as part of your day? Like, man, if I don't
yes,
hatch my brine shrimp, like I feel upset, kind of a thing.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cause
I do like catch and brine shrimp, and it's so. I mean, once you do it for like 2 months in a row, it's just like autopilot. I mean, I bring it downstairs, I rinse it out, I fill it up, I put salt in there, I put eggs in there, I bring it back up here, and I put the top back on with the air stone. I mean, it takes me all of 5 minutes.
right.
It's not a hard thing to do. I think it takes me longer to feed all these tanks the brine shrimp than it does to set the hatchery up.
Wow. I mean, 38. I guess it does add up.
Yeah.
It does add up.
Hmm.
Quickly, just checking in on the chat. Steve apparently got some Galaris today. The Worry location.
Nice.
Congratulations, Steve. Have you done those before?
I've not done the Galaris. I've got some, I forget what they're called down below me. They're the ones with the vertical bars on them, the Pancheks,
Oh, okay, okay. Like the red
the
chins.
red. Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah, the
So,
Getty.
so yep, that's my first official killifish. So
Oh,
I
congrats.
look forward to breeding of those. Yeah.
Congrats. That's a good start one to start with.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
couple people in this area do them. They all speak highly. Salient
Okay.
says Nick feeds his cuds oodles of noodles. Okay. Add Gatorade to your tank for hydration. Oh my gosh, bro. I use Vitachem, great for plants and fish. You know what this Vitachem thing is? You use
I
it?
do. I also use Vitachem. Once a week, I'll use Vitachem when I'm feeding. I got like a big cup. Oh, let's see here. So this is the same. It's just a 16-ounce deli cup that this is what I basically, so this full to the top with brine will feed all my tanks. Um,
Wow.
but I'll put my bloodworms in here and then I'll let when they're thawing, I'll actually put the Vitachem in here and let the bloodworms soak in the Vitachem. And whether it be, bloodworms, brine shrimp, frozen tube effects, I think those are the only three I do. Oh, frozen Daphnia once in a while. But yeah, so I mean, I honestly haven't like I can't say it even does anything. I just I just do it. I mean, I'm feeding so many different things that it just, I mean, I don't know what's doing what.
All right.
Um, but I hear good thing. I mean, people use it, people like it, so I figured I'd give it a shot. And it's not harming anything, so I figure why not. But yeah, so once a week
This is a
I'll do
ringing
some
endorsement.
frozen. Yeah, so so once a week I'll do some frozen cube foods with soaked in Vitachem.
Okay. Well, that's cool. And we got a crossover here because I also, when I'm doing a live food, I use that exact like a little container that I put it in and baste her all out of. Like
Yeah.
my fish room is full of those containers, like floating
Yep.
plants. Some pull it out, I store it there. Like I can't live without those things, man. I really can't.
Yeah.
I really cannot.
Yep.
What's up?
Containers and cups. So when I'm draining my brine shrimp, I use these McDonald's special Halloween edition Happy Meal
Nice.
buckets. These actually hold a what 2 liters of water, so I can actually drain an entire zis into this.
Wow.
Right to the inner top ring here, so it's perfect.
See, guys, these are the hidden tips that you need to
Yeah.
know. You need to be writing this down. Okay. What's up, Barbara? What's up, Barbara? So I think it's important what you said about I pointed the routine thing because a lot of people's hold up with live foods is how much work it takes, but I don't think that they see into the one of the reasons people do them is because they actually enjoy the act
Hmm.
of maintaining the culture and
Yeah.
feeding them. So like for someone that's like new to live foods and stuff, like give us the pitch, give us the culture that you do, and explain like how this is not a big deal and you'll actually enjoy it.
Well, I'll start off with probably the easiest live food culture you can do, and that would be the vinegar eels.
Okay.
So, get
It's
yourself
disturbing how easy you grabbed that like without thinking
yeah,
about it. It was so close. It was so close. You don't
yep,
drink out of
yeah,
that,
it
do
just
you?
no, it just sits. So this tank right here, it just sits right here.
Okay, okay. That was
And that's
so
where it sits
convenient,
always.
man. That was good.
Yep. Let's see here. But yeah, so this is the easiest one you can do. So all you do is you fill it halfway with water, halfway with apple cider vinegar. You pop, I don't know if you guys can see, you pop a couple slices of apple in there,
Yep.
put a little bit of filter floss in the neck, leaving enough room for the worms for you to be able to collect the worms out of here. And that's all you do. That's it. And then you can take, I don't know, you probably can't, there's probably no way to
Oh wait,
showcase
no,
the
no, no.
worm.
You can kind of see, you can see them. Those little
Yep.
white things wiggling. Yeah.
Yep. So you just take a little 5 mil baster like I had, and you can just suck them right out of here. I'll throw these in the Elisoma tank,
Oh, that was easy.
and that was it. And
Yeah.
then what I do is I'll take the same baster before I set it back down. I'll go over to I've always got uh I've always got buckets of water over here bubbling, aging, and I'll literally put right back in the same amount I took out. And it's that easy.
Ah.
It took me 10 seconds.
Okay. Okay. That was
And
a
that
good
was
start.
easy. There's no maintenance to it. I mean, I've always got so back here, I've got another one going that obviously I'm not pulling out of. But so if I need to start a new culture, I've got my backup here.
Right.
I always try and cover it with like a paper towel or something, make sure nothing gets in there. You will get slight evaporation, but not much. So if once in a while, if you need to take the lid off of here and add some more water, you can. But I
Is
this is
is there a
go ahead.
smell? That's what people are gonna ask.
No,
Okay.
no smell.
Okay.
I mean, if you put your nose right up to it, you can smell apple cider
I
vinegar,
won't be
which we
doing
all
that.
know what that smells. Yeah,
I
but
won't be
other than
doing
that,
that.
no, yeah, it's not lofting into the air or anything.
Okay. Now, if I spill the vinegar eels on myself, should I freak out? Are they going to
No.
infest my body?
As long as you keep them off your private parts.
Don't tell me that.
If you spill them on your crotch, you might have issues.
Really? Is that real?
No,
Oh,
no.
God, bro. I was about to throw all the vinegar eels out. You know how clumsy I am? Okay. Okay. Hold up. I need a second. Whew. Barbara said I like vinegar eels. They're so easy. Jinx, Branton. Okay. That's a good
Yeah.
pitch to a new person, how you just did that. Like, so what does just having, does that enable you now to keep a fish that only eats live food? Or do you need more than one live food?
You need more than one live food. That's more of a fry rearing food. I could see maybe like CPDs and Elasoma, really small fish like chili rasboras. I mean, you could maybe feed them regularly to those fish, but it's more of a fry food.
Okay. So I wanna keep a scarlet baddis. What do I have to do? How is how
Brine shrimp.
okay.
Yep, brine shrimp, Daphnia, which I actually have not tried Daphnia yet. I know you were making fun of me for that,
I
but
can't believe it. I just still can't believe you
yeah,
got a paramecium culture but no Daphnia.
yeah. I don't know. The brine shrimp are kind of like my Daphnia. I mean, they're,
Yeah. But you hatched them.
similar size, I guess.
That's
I
the
do hatch
thing.
them.
I think some people, like myself included, it's man, I gotta hatch these like things where it's like if I'm like culturing something, it feels different. It's like, oh yeah, I got more Daphnia now. Like great, you know what I mean? Like,
Uh-huh.
I,
And in my defense, I am gonna try some Daphnia here soon.
okay, okay, okay.
So
But you're
I
just
am
like
gonna try it.
hatch brine shrimp is the
Yep.
first thing that anyone can do.
Hmm.
You don't have to culture it, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's a good first live food as well because of the fact that you don't have to maintain it. You just set it up, you use it, and then you set it up again.
Which brine shrimp eggs do you use, and how do you do it so like the sieve and stuff? Explain all that.
Okay. I use the co-op eggs when they have them. Um, and now that from that one stream that you did, we did the deep dive into, something similar because at the time they were out
Yep.
and we had kind of, discovered the bin yi eggs. Let me grab.
Oh yeah. You know, did you
Grab
see
here.
did you see a Corey address the beignet eggs?
Did he?
He did kind of subtly. Someone sent me the clip. He
Really?
says he said something like So my thing with the stream, right? I didn't say that the bean yi was necessarily the same supplier, right? I said it was
Yeah,
the same eggs. So what
yeah,
he
the
said
same
is
quality.
he said so there's eggs out there that people are saying are the same as ours, right? And he's like, but I talked to our supplier and they're not the same supplier, and they said that their eggs are basically terrible because they don't ship them in sub-zero containers.
Uh-huh.
So he basically confirmed that we were right, that they were the same eggs. Like he didn't dispute they were the same kind of eggs, but basically he said what you kind of expect is like, okay, the sub-zero container. So this summer we'll see if that really makes a
Yeah,
difference for sure.
yeah. So this is the Binyi Amazon. This is a 4 ounce pouch. I've since upgraded. So this was my initial trial. I got the 4 ounce, and I've upgraded to buying the 9 ounce packages. Um, they are at times out of stock on Amazon, so I don't know if they have to have them shipped over here. They have a limited stock. They sell them. They order more.
Yeah.
So I actually, when I saw they were back in stock, the big bags, I went ahead and got two 9 ounce bags, so I should be set for a while.
How long does that
Um,
would that last? Someone that just has one tank of Scarlet Baddest, how long would like a 4 ounce last them?
no, I a couple years at least.
Really? Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
if you're just feeding one Scarlet Baddest, I mean, you can just get a
Okay.
little hobby hatcher.
What about like four Scarlet Bass?
I
Still.
probably the same
Okay.
amount.
Would you feed them the brine
So,
shrimp every day?
yeah, I do.
Okay,
Yep,
okay,
I feed them brine shrimp and white worms every day.
okay. Damn.
Let me see if I can find.
We got the white worms and the brine shrimp. This is like the most spoiled fish I've ever seen. Jody,
Yeah, my
good night,
fish eat
Jody.
good. I
uh,
don't know where my hobby hatcher went, but do you know what I'm talking about? The hobby hatcher?
I think I do. I'm disappointed it's not as close as the vinegar eels. Foxy fishes, what's up? What's up? Listening
Oh
in while making a
man,
late dinner.
now I'm mad too. Where
You,
is this thing?
bro, how are they gonna eat if you don't got your hobby hatcher?
Well, that's just if you're doing a couple of tanks
Okay, okay.
because you're not getting huge yields, and it's nice because you can run it. Here it is. I got a closet out of this room with just a ton of fish stuff.
How many? I feel like you like opened the wrong drawers, like worms, all sorts of things falling out.
All right. So here's the hobby hatcher. You can get this on Amazon. They're like $30. This is great if you're doing just a few tanks, not a lot of fish. It comes with a little scoop, the recommended amount of eggs for this hatcher. But this is very low tech, so you don't need a pump, you don't need a heater, you don't need a light. Um, I mean, I was hatching brine shrimp at 65 degrees. It's a it's a lot slower. You're not going to get a huge amount like if you were to use the Zis in a fish room where it's 80 degrees. I'm hatching them every 24 hours. But this, as long as you do it right, it's a slower hatch. So basically, you fill this thing up with water. There's a line here for the water, and then you've got this, which is kind of a neat little invention. So when you're full of water, you put this in there and it just sits in here. I mean, there's nothing holding it on. So when you set this up, you got to be very careful not to bump it or move it. Because then this thing, what it does is it keeps the eggs separated from the brine.
Mm.
So you put your eggs in this outer rim here, and the fish, when this lid is on, the only source of light is the center.
Mm.
So the brine shrimp will naturally gravitate towards the center, and they have to go um under that little, that white cage, I guess we'll call it. So by the time they make it to the center, you've got this little sieve scoop here. So it's a scoop, and then
Hey,
it's
it's
got
come
like a
with
little
those.
sieve on the bottom,
Okay.
and then it just sits right in the middle like that. So the water level is above the level of this sieve, so they can swim right over top of it. And then when you want to feed, you can just pull this sieve out, hold it here, let the water drain, and then you've got a bunch of brine shrimp right in that little sieve. You can just dip
Okay.
it right in the tank.
That would be easy for anyone to do for like a tank with pea puffers or scarlet bass. That's not
Yeah.
bad. And it doesn't need air
Yep.
or anything. It's just
No air, nothing. And what's
wow.
nice about this is you're hatching such a low amount and it's at such a low temp that they're not aging as fast. I is my, conclusion. They're not polluting the water as fast. Just because it's a smaller amount and it's typically colder.
Right.
Um, but you can pull brine shrimp out of this for days. I mean, until you start. I mean, you'll notice the water kind of starts to get a little cloudy
Right. Right.
when they're bad. But yeah, at that point, I would probably restart it. But
All right. I'm about to try that.
like,
That would be nice just to have going, like just for a
yeah,
low amount to have all the time. Maybe like a
hmm
pair of killifish or something. You know what I mean?
yeah. So if you've got a lot of tanks and like say there's one tank that like needs live food like the scarlet batis or the pea puffer or the elisoma, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have one of those with brine shrimp in it all the time in case you get distracted and forget to make your brine shrimp that night, or you have to go out of town for a night and you don't have brine shrimp, made for the next day, whatever. I mean, it's a nice little thing to have in the wings.
For sure. Uh, Mexicali Fishkeeper said, "Hello, Nick and super weird guy."
Super weird guy.
Okay, okay, Jorge. Also, hatching them at a lower temp keeps them from depleting their yolk sac so fast. Okay,
Yep.
so that's like you're saying. No, that sounds really
hmm
nice. So, stepping away from the food specifically, just to let that breathe. I'd love to hear about some of your first nano fish breeding successes. And if they involve food, if that's an important part, you could throw it in there. But I just want to get into some fish real quick.
Yeah, I mean a lot of the nano fish. So obviously, I mean the guppies and the live bears, stuff like that. Pretty easy to breed as long as you get healthy stock. Um, Corys, uh, Cory cats. So various species of Corys. Those are pretty straightforward to breed. A lot of the plecos. I just started getting into the hype ancestris, but the ancestris were probably one of the first egg-laying fish that I had bred. I mean, I guess you can count the Africans as egg-laying fish, but they kind of, raise them in their mouth. It's kind of a weird thing, but
Right, right.
uh the very first fish I ever spawned was actually fathead minnows,
Oh, that's
which
kind of cool.
those are pretty,
How
yeah,
did
those
that
are pretty
happen?
cool.
How was that your
Um,
first? Wait.
I just I yeah, I got them from the bait shop and I used them. This was when we used fish to cycle tanks. Um, so I got fish from the bait shop and I threw them in a tank and I was using them to cycle a tank. And a few of them had survived and I was like, well, now they live here. And they ended up being, I mean, this was early. I barely knew anything.
I was
And
this is because you said you started with cichlids and stuff, and then you're like, well, the first fish was fathead minnows. I'm like, whoa, your native
yeah,
fish keeper first? Which one is it?
yeah, so that was just like a, kind of a by chance thing. And that was pretty cool, man. Seeing the male with the tubers on his head. At first, when that first happened, I was like, what is going on with this fish? And
So that's what
so yeah,
got you into it.
yeah, yep. Yeah, that was kind of the first, like, you don't really think about breeding fish in a fish tank. You just think about, keeping them and looking at them and having them as pets.
Right.
And yeah, to see that process was really neat.
So then, what was number two?
Number two, well, that would be, the Africans. I mean, like I said, I didn't keep anything real big. So the smaller Mbuna, like the Demonsoni or Demasoni, however you say that, like red top hongis, a lot of the smaller growing Mbuna.
Okay.
Um, and then as far as like fish I'm keeping now, um, and I'm trying to think, pygmy cories. Those are pretty straightforward, easy to breed. You just get a group of them together and some moss, and they'll do their thing.
All right.
Um,
I need to do that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, they're a super easy one.
My store had a Hestatus, Corridorus Hestatus in, and again, I waited
Mhm.
too long, and I called today. They're like, yeah, there's only two left. I was like, damn. Every time.
Yeah, I would like some of the there's three species of pygmy corridors.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, so I have just like the normal, like the pygmaeus, or what are the normal ones, like
I
the
think
with the stripe?
yeah, I forget the Latin name. Let me see.
Yeah.
But they mostly look pretty similar. Like
Hmm.
pygmy yeah, Corridorus pygmaeus. Yep.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that you can colony breed were kind of my first, because I mean, really, honestly, everything I try and breed them as a colony first, and then if I can pull that off, um, I might start getting into pulling eggs and whatnot. But I do like to see how many fry I can get in the tank with the parents.
Right.
I've got this cool thing going on with my CPD. So I got a couple of those Lowell's egg collectors, not the automatic ones, but like the manual ones with the slide out tray.
Yeah.
And I've actually got them in with my CPDs, and I'm starting to get. I've probably got, I don't know, maybe 15 babies in the tank with 12 adults right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
And what I did was I've got the two breeder boxes on one side of the 10-gallon, so two breeder boxes will fit on the side of a 10-gallon.
Right.
And I've got moss stacked on top of them. And my strategy was that if I pound the parents with enough food to where they're not trying to predate on the fry, and I provide a space for the fry to raise up until they're ready to come out into the open, that I'd be able to colony breed them. And so far, so good. so the fry will kind of stay down in the tray, and I'll hit over the tray with the powdered food every morning
Okay.
and let that kind of drip down in between, the Java moss, and then so I haven't pulled them out since I put them in there, so I'm assuming they're living down there until they're ready to come out, until they feel big enough to
They're
where they're not going to be
surviving.
eaten. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Colony breeding CPDs is pretty. That's pretty cool. Cause I'm definitely bad at like the pulling eggs and stuff. So I'm the same way. Like any way that I
Hmm.
can figure out how to make it work without
Yeah.
me having to get in there. Barbara asked about how about various tetras.
I have not bred any tetras.
None,
No,
no tetra. What's wrong with
no
tetras?
tetras. I don't know. I'm not. I think the only tetras I honestly have, I've got some longfin black skirt tetras downstairs in my 65.
Okay.
Um, I've got some black neon tetras in there. And then I've got ember tetras up here that act as dithers for the epistos.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, I don't know.
No, so you just don't like tetras. They're just not.
It's not that I don't like them. I like the other fish a lot more.
Okay. What about like a rasbora?
Yeah, I've got some chili rasboras. I've got the celestial pearl danios. Aren't they considered a rasbora
Uh, I'm not sure. They're
or a
not.
dania, or they jump back? Yeah, I don't know. So we'll leave those out. But I've got pearl danios downstairs in that big tank. But everything in the big tank, I'm not trying. It's basically just a tank to look at.
So
There's
you like how
nothing.
some of
I mean,
them, the tetras and stuff, look, but you're like, I'm not trying to breed them. Like you have the black
yeah.
cert. Okay, okay.
Hmm.
Terry
Um,
wants to know. He said worked hard today setting up 2 tubs for lotus and maybe Madaka. Any other fish suggestions for New England area breed success? Question mark.
you could do some white clouds. I've got some white clouds, or some of the native fish. I don't know if you can do shiners, rainbow shiners would be a good one.
Oh yeah.
I'm currently trying to breed both white clouds and rainbow shiners actually in the same tank. I'm gonna see if I can pull that off.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah,
That's
yep.
cool.
So I've got an auto egg collector set up for the rainbow shiners because I know they like to spawn on rock piles. I'm actually not too sure how the white clouds, are they scatterers too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess my hope was that they kind of use the same.
Just throw some moss over the rocks or something.
Yeah.
That should work. I didn't
Um.
have any luck with the white clouds. I killed them by accident before I could really figure that out. I collected them into a container, like a catcher container, but it
Mhm.
was covered in like floating plants. And then like I went to do something, I forgot about it, and like I guess the plants like they kept all the oxygen. And like by the time I came back like an hour later, they were all dead in the container. I was like, this
I don't
is
know.
that was like one of those fish keeping moments where I'm like, wow, so my incompetence like directly kills things. I felt like
Hmm.
I felt so terrible. There's moments like that where it's just like, how do I live with myself? I'm like, well, I guess I've got to improve because every every time I'm lazy, something could potentially suffer. So
Yeah. That's where that routine comes in too. Just having a good routine goes a long way.
yeah, pounding them with food regularly.
Hmm.
Christopher, he wanted to know if you called him a red honky.
Red hongi, yeah.
I like to breed tetras and barbs following the select aquatics false bottom method. It's super well documented on his site. Okay, that's good. Bob said I
Nice.
saw that salient with the eye. What did salient do?
I don't know.
He's always up to something. Always up to something. But yeah, okay, okay. Shiners and white clouds in the same. That would be fun. So, have you had success with the auto collectors, or are you just kind of starting to employ
Uh,
them?
yeah, I'm just kind of starting to use them. So this is the first time I've tried the auto egg collection thing, and they haven't spawned yet. So I don't know. I thought about putting one. I've got some longfin cherry barbs that I got from Brian and Foxy. Um, I have it all set up on the ground over here. So I have it all set up. I just have to
Hey.
I just have to put it in the tank. So as you guys know, the Penplex breeder boxes, it comes in a two-piece thing. One for the adults and then one for the collection. I just use the collection side and then obviously have it spit into this hang on the back breeder box from Flugel.
Yeah,
So this to be in the tank, this collects the eggs, and yeah. But
that looks nice.
so eventually, I want to get that on the tank and see if I can't get any eggs out of those guys. So yeah, I'm trying to incorporate some of the auto egg collection because I've got so many things breeding right now that as many kind of like what you had said earlier, as many things you can kind of automate as you can, the better.
Yeah. My problem is I keep either messing up, like I set it up and then I move something, and I like mess up the auto collector, or like eventually the breeder box is connected to I start using for something else. so that
Yeah.
so that like I was supposed to have one for my Congo tetras, but that breeder box became my blackworm receptacle. So
Uh-huh.
that's one issue I've been having. Terry said I'm trying to breed ember tetras, no success.
Yeah, I haven't tried breeding mine. I mean, maybe they've bred in there and I just haven't noticed. The pistos are picking them off. I don't know.
Are you pounding them
Um,
with food? That's my question.
yeah. Oh yeah.
How
Yep.
like
Pound.
direct is the line between like feeding the fish a lot and then seeing spawning for you? Like, is it pretty like, hey, if I don't feed this fish a lot, I'm not gonna get production?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. That's my conclusion. I mean, some fit, like I said, some of the live bears you can get away because they just, I mean, you get two of them together and they just breed. Um, that being said, if they are malnourished, you may notice some problems with the fry when they come out or things like that. But they tend to not need, in my experience, as much food in and around them to want to breed. But yeah, I mean, if your fish are set up the way that you think they should be and you're not getting any production, start feeding them more and you might notice that that will change.
Okay. So that's like
Definitely.
that's where taking them the pound town comes in.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
This is starting to connect. Cheryl says I filled a tank with guppy grass and pulled all the adults when I started seeing fry, tons of white cloud fry with minimal effort pulling eggs. That is like I've been doing that method a lot more recently. It's hard to
Hmm.
do all the time because that requires like two tanks to dedicate
Yep.
to. So it's like not really realistic. Like it's kind of like you could do it while the space exists in like a brief in between period, but it's never gonna last. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I've been having success with that with the Scarlet Baddis. I got two decent sized spawns from them, putting the pair in, and then taking them out. But they don't seem to eat the
Hmm.
fry really. So I think that's one you could colony breed probably.
Okay.
I'm gonna try that next with them because now I'm like I need these takes.
Yeah.
Christopher says that they breed Galaris the same way. Fill a tank with Java Moss, leave a couple pairs, then move the parents. I need to try that. And Steve says that's what I do with my white clouds. Okay, so everyone's encouraging you. The white clouds, you can do it. You can do it. That's what they're all saying.
Yeah. I'm gonna try the auto first and
Yeah,
not have to use that extra tank.
yeah. You already got 38. Is 40 tanks in your future, or are you locked in at 38?
I'm probably gonna stick with the 38 for now. Uh, I I'm gonna see how handling this number of tanks goes for me. I've had this number of tanks before, bigger tanks when I was doing the Africans. Like I said, I don't have to do anything special with them. You know, they just breed.
All
So
right.
they'll breed, they hold the eggs in their mouth and you can pull the females and take the eggs or take the babies depending on when you pull them out and it's pretty straightforward, but the fish that I'm doing now in this fish room are a little more hands-on.
Yeah.
So I definitely don't want to overwhelm myself and then stuff starts getting neglected.
Yeah. No, that's for sure. One thing that I've been doing is like I've been really sorting all my tanks because like I had a few tanks that like I was keeping stuff in until I could move them to where I wanted them to be, and I hadn't got around to it. So like the last 2 days, I've just been moving fish. Okay,
Okay.
this is going to be this tank. Okay, this species in this tank. This and this kind of a thing. It's definitely like you said. Like I wouldn't add any tanks right now, because
Hmm.
you don't want to start falling behind on that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
And what's cool about this is, so my youngest daughter, she turned what 5 this year. So, I used to have a lot of tanks, and I didn't for a long time. My oldest is what 13. She turned 13 this year. So the youngest is finally kind of getting to the age where she's a little more independent. She doesn't need as much attention. So everything in this fish room, I think I the tanks are only, maybe a year old. So everything I have up here in this room that I'm in are fairly new fish, and they're kind of all starting to, start breeding here at the same time. They must be finally maturing. I got a
Mm.
lot of them young. Some of them I got, adults. Like the sunfish, I got adults. They spawn like 2 days after I put them in the tank. But so a lot of things are actually, starting to breed for me. I got my first spawns out of my orange Venezuelans and my stir-by cories the
Oh,
other night with
nice.
those swarms. Um, so yeah, I've got some. I've had these L519s. I've had these for a while, but I've got a bunch of 519 plecos growing in a breeder box right down here.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, everything's kind of starting to spawn all at once, and I feel like I'm gonna see if I can handle all this before I add any more tanks.
Yep. That's why I said I'm not buying any more fish this month because I was like, I'm starting to get fry from things and focus on that, and now
Hmm.
I need tanks for fry, so I can't just be
Yep.
adding fish. So when did the breeding for profit come in for you? You've been doing this 22 years.
The breeding for profit was when I moved out of my parents' house and I had dove head first into the African cichlids. Had my own space. I was finally able to do whatever I wanted with it, and I just filled the basement with 75-gallon tanks.
Wow.
So I probably had like 30 75-gallon tanks
Oh
down in
my
this basement.
god. Oh my god.
Yeah. Um, and I was just, they were species only tanks. Just breeding various types of African cichlids. And I was bringing them to Joe at the time, who I had become good friends with at PetSmart in Cherry Valley, uh, breeding fish for him.
Wow. So
And
PetSmart was actually buying fish from you?
mhm,
Wow.
yes, yep. Um, it wasn't like a right away thing. I kind of had to earn that. But yeah, it was nice. So that kind of was a nice little side hustle for when I first went out on my own. Um, I was working a third shift job at the time, so I would take care of the fish during the day and then work at night.
Man.
But yeah, I kind of I moved out of that house. I lived there for like 7 years. Got out of it for a while, and then hadn't really picked up the breeding for profit aspect of it until I set this fish room up.
Okay, so this is the next phase. How is it
Yep.
going compared to the last one? The last one was a lot. That's a lot of water. 30, seventy
Yeah.
five gallons is crazy. So how is this phase of breeding for profit versus then? Is it more successful, as successful?
So far it's been really good. Obviously the African cichlids were a lot easier. Um, but this is, I guess, these fish that I'm doing now are more rewarding, definitely.
Hmm.
A little more challenging, but I would say I'm starting to get to the point where it's definitely worth the work
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
I don't really want to get into specific numbers, but
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
I'm definitely able to. I'm to the point now in such a short. So like I said, it's been like a year since I've set this fish room up, but I'm able to pay a few monthly bills with what's coming out of here.
That's awesome. And
So
so, it's the big fish to the small fish. It's still rewarding. How hard was it for you to get into another PetSmart situation? Because I guess you have to have some people you're selling. So you're selling to people directly? You got another store or something you're bringing
Well,
for?
we've got some auctions that the Fish Fam puts on. So I just did a couple of those for the first time. So I plan on doing some of those. So that's a good way to offload some fish. You know, and help out some of the people that we directly associate with on the YouTube community. So
Absolutely.
there's that outlet, and then if people do need fish, for a while there I was kind of advertising on like Facebook, and I ended up you know, having to deal with a lot of weirdos, people that would just like waste your time, like unbelievably, like just
Yep.
waste your time, like not show up to pick the shit up, and it just,
Yep.
so I quit doing that. Um, I recently just started putting stuff on eBay, so I'm slowly trickling some stuff onto eBay. That has been really nice.
Oh, nice.
And then I had one day out of the blue just Google search, like because I wanted to start making some money from fish again. I Google searched, pet stores near me on Google, and Tristan's was the one that come up. I went to his website and I really liked the I guess look of what he had going on based on his website.
Hmm.
So I went out there and I, started going there fairly regularly, spending some money in there. And actually, a lot of the fish in this fish room came from him.
Right.
Um, a lot of the plants and stuff. So and one day I just kind of asked him, I was like, hey, because I had a bunch of black mollies that I had to get rid of. I was like, hey, would you ever be interested in taking some of my fish? I've got some black mollies if you wanted them. And he said, yeah, we could do that. And I brought him in, and uh, from the rest is history as far as as far as Tristan's is concerned.
It's
So
nice.
he's been a very regular source where I can offload some stuff. So just this morning I brought him 10 green dragon plecos. I brought him 7 pairs of some red Vienna guppies I've got,
Hey,
and I brought him some trout gadeids.
that's you got tons of fish coming out. That's not bad for a year. A fish room being
Yeah.
up for a year.
Hmm.
That's pretty
Um,
awesome.
Yeah, just the week before, I brought him 50 ocean blue neos. I brought him 20 blue velvet neos. I brought him 40 red velvet shrimp, and I
Hey,
brought him like 30 uh, the orange shrimp that I had kind of lined out, the bare bottom orange.
okay, okay. Bare bottom
Um,
orange.
yeah,
Okay,
but so yeah, I mean it's been nice being able to offload some fish there. I've actually earlier this week I called up another local shop. It's called Badgerland Saltwater. They're in Janesville, so slightly closer than Tristan's, but I'm trying to get my foot in the door there too, because obviously Tristan can't take everything I have. I mean he's got to sell the stuff
right,
before he
right.
can take more. So I figure, some of the stuff that he gets from me regularly and I still have extras of, I'm hoping that, this place I can start getting rid of some fish at as well.
That's awesome, man. This is a good problem to have. And
Yeah.
what's up, Jesse? Too, by the way. Um, so what's up with the YouTube? When did YouTube come into it then? From all this.
You YouTube, I watched for quite a while, and then finally, took the dive to get into, actually socializing and becoming friends with these people that I was always
Why
watching.
do you say like actually socializing with these people?
Yeah. Well, because I think we all kind of go through that phase with YouTube where we kind of just like sit back in the wings, and we're that lurker that shows up and just kind of appreciates the information and the banter that goes on, and then one day you finally start talking and chat, and then next thing you know you're up here doing these.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
yeah,
very true.
and the YouTube thing for me, it's a nice way to document things passively. So if I ever have to look back on something, it's always there. It's a good way to connect with all these people, and a great source of information. And yeah, so I kind of wanted to be a part of that. So I threw myself out there. Kyle from Outside in Aquatics. He was kind of the one that you know, uh, I guess talked me up enough to start coming on, showing my face and doing this.
Right,
And
right. Good.
yeah, it's been fun.
It's definitely like interesting when you do start like socializing and then all the you actually recognize everyone or at least like most of the active chatters in every single live stream, but did you actually start becoming one of them? It's like, oh, people recognize me if I type in the chat, like they're gonna say hi. uh
Hmm.
what for someone that maybe they don't want to start a new YouTube channel, but they're just like they want to become more social with fish keeping, like what would you recommend?
Just say hello. I mean, the first step is to just say. I guess repeat that question.
Like say you don't have a club near you, you don't
Hmm.
have, but you see all these people like the fish fam, everyone interacting. You don't necessarily want to start a YouTube channel, but you want to like make some friends. What is the best way to do that? Like in the live chats, the
Yeah, just
Discord, like.
yeah. I mean, Discord is a good one. It's a lot easier to share information on Discord. But as far as the YouTube goes, I mean, you just got to get in the chats and start social. I mean, say hi. Just I don't know, just don't be afraid to throw yourself out there, I guess, because I would say 99% of us, in this little community. I mean, I'm sure there's communities like this all over YouTube, but from what I found, the community that I found, all you guys, have been very welcoming and accepting and kind.
Mm.
And this is kind of like a fish club that you can open your phone and go to whenever you want. I mean, it's really neat.
No, 100%, 100%. I would say most people are pretty nice, except for that Jorge guy, man. What's up with him? Weird dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Pooh just said my go-to move is to buy isopods from them, and friendships happen naturally, or just say hello. That's like, yeah. A lot of the people that like I'm coolest with through like the internet and Discord, or like from when I first started selling isopods, like on Reddit. Because back then it was like, and that's what it's like with the fish stuff in general. But you're doing this niche thing. Who else do you have to talk to? So it's like
Yeah.
I'm selling aquatic isopods, but like I can't. I basically just have myself to talk to about it because the other people selling them like Garden of Eden and stuff. It's like they'd sell them as cool, but they're not into them. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, they're just another
yeah,
thing you can select when you're ordering shrimp.
yeah. I'm not gonna. I can't ask them like, hey, do you know if they put out if there's a chemical response to predators that they, you know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
what microbiota are they feasting upon? Like, if I want to get nerdy, then I can talk to people like Poo2 Bird or non-existent. His YouTube channel is Let's Scope It Out, um, and he's in the across the pond in the UK. He's one of the most knowledgeable people. So that's another thing that's cool, is just you could talk to people from so many different places. Like with Mick M in the
Hmm.
chat, it's interesting because like I'm into killifish, and in the UK, from my perspective, they have a lot of access to really cool killifish that I'm jealous of.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
you kind of get into that where you even in the U.S. where fish that are common where you're at are possible to get. You know, just a couple states over.
Yeah, the YouTube has definitely been a great source for discovering new fish, that's for sure. Because unless you're, you know, eh, I don't know, just hearing people talk about them is a lot different than looking at them like on a website or something, it definitely makes wanting them and actually getting them a lot easier because you have firsthand experiences from, a lot of these people that are keeping them.
Yeah, no, and especially I like talking to people that keep fish like kind of similar to me because then if it's someone like you and I'm like, hey, can I community spawn this fish? It's like, oh, I know
Hmm.
Branton. He always tries to community spawn them. So odds are you have an insight into that, and that's you know
Yep.
a lot of people. I feel like with the fish stuff, there are some archetypes that are extreme control freaks. So they don't even consider doing something like that
Hmm.
because they're like, I need to optimize the production. So it's just nice
Yeah.
because when I need someone that's like me, I ask them. When I need to improve, I'm like, hey, Aaron, you're very meticulous with everything you do. Like, how can I optimize this? Like, Branton, my food routine is trash. Like, how can I go to Pound Town? You know, it's like you know your weaknesses and then your friend's
Uh-huh.
strengths, and you can kind of go back and
Yeah,
forth like that.
definitely.
What would you say your weakness in fish keeping is?
That I get too into it. I guess I don't know. Like I just yeah, I mean from my family's perspective, they would say that I'm way too obsessed with it.
Right?
Um, but as far as like fish keeping and something that I'm not terribly great at would probably be, yeah, I'm trying to think.
Come on, be honest. There's gotta be something. You always trip over your turkey baster. I mean, so just
Oh
anything.
yeah, I can't tell you how many turkey basters I've stepped on and cracked in half.
I think okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one because I was gonna say I'm constantly
Yeah.
breaking those things.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That is probably my biggest weakness now that you brought that. That is great because I am very organized, right, in my routine and whatnot.
Right.
But sometimes the routine gets in the way, and then my organization as far as things getting left out and just strewn across the fish room. So like these doing these streams help me out because I never know if I'm gonna like have to like show off some stuff.
Yeah.
So it's always a good opportunity. So like for the hour leading up to these streams, I always like just clean the fish room. Otherwise, I got I got cups and nets and bags and I mean everything's just littered all over the floor. I've got towels where I've spilt water that have,
Yep.
they're laying wet everywhere and it
Yep.
just chaos. Yeah.
No, I
So
definitely.
my organization at times can definitely be my biggest weakness. I
Okay, I feel a lot better because I was gonna say that is definitely one of my weaknesses. And what my best purchase I made recently was one of those DeWalt vacuums. It's been
Okay.
it's been like a life changer because I already had batteries for a drill anyway,
Hmm.
uh, and it's just like it's so hard to keep the fish room clean because there's always like plants on the ground that dry up and all the
Yeah.
dust and stuff. But this thing, I'm just like 5 minutes, getting all the cracks and
Nice.
stuff, and it's like, okay, I could do this. I could do this.
I'm gonna have to get into one of those.
Yeah.
How much does the tool cost?
Uh, I think it was like $99.
That
Um,
ain't bad because yeah, I've got a bunch of batteries already. I
yeah.
work in the automotive industry, so I've got Milwaukee and DeWalt batteries up the butt.
Yeah, and it's pretty strong, and it has a HEPA filter in it, which I thought was nice because I
Okay.
was like, okay,
Yeah.
it does feel dusty down here anyway, so that's probably helping over time. And it comes with six
Nice.
attachments, so I had the long
Okay.
one. But yeah, that's been my favorite
Sweet.
thing because it's fun. It's fun to use. Like I'm used to using
Yeah.
vacuums that have no suck to them, you know.
Uh-huh. So
So
now what volt batteries do those take?
the 20 volts.
20 volts? Okay.
Yep.
So I might have to get a battery for that. I've got 18s.
Okay. Okay. I think it's worth. It's been a lot
Or
of fun.
maybe I might be thinking of Milwaukee. I might have 20 volts. I think I'm thinking of Milwaukee, the 18 volts.
Yeah, you might. You might.
Yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, so here's a DeWalt battery right here. This is
Oh,
only a
okay.
12 volt. Yeah, it's a 12 volt, 5 active working hours. So it's actually charging my phone right now.
Excuse, like, how prepared are you for these streams? Like, why is the battery like? You see what I mean? Like, everything you mentioned, you already have in your
Yeah,
head. I
it's
don't get it.
it's my routine, man. I
but
I gotta, I had an idea of what, the things I didn't know I was going to be talking about my DeWalt batteries,
but
but
that's
like I
just
said,
crazy. How did you
yeah,
do that?
in case my phone starts dying, I got it here to charge my phone.
Okay, okay. I'm just blown away. It's like the vinegar eels, but this DeWalt battery thing is crazy. But
Yeah.
charging your phone, I mean, that is real. Like keeping your stuff charged while working in the fish room. Like I have issues with like surfaces, like keeping a surface that I can set stuff on. It's like
Yep, yep, because it becomes cluttered with random buckets and pails. Yeah,
you
yep.
know, Christopher said back in the late '90s, early 2000s, forums forever changed fish keeping. It made many things so Available and accessible. YouTube has definitely increased even that. It's amazing. As a kid,
Yeah.
it was just magazines.
Yep. I remember I was like cichlidforum.com. I was on there every day, all day, like I am YouTube, just, commenting on posts
Hmm.
and just absorbing so much information from people around, whoever had access. And it
Right.
was, yeah, forums used to be really fun.
I mean, think about it. Like, would it have been possible for someone like Jody P to exist for like in 1 year? You go from 0 tanks to 40 tanks before, like with so
No.
many different species and like having success. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I think of when the information availability. Because
Mm-hmm.
when you're first starting, even just like the cliches, the first thing you're stuck on is like the cycle. Okay,
Yep.
ammonia, nitrite, nitrate, API master test. Like that, that would just imagine you doing that with like you just have like the paper. You're waiting for the
Yeah. Yeah.
magazine to come in the mail tell you. My God. Yep.
Yeah. The access of information has been great.
YouTuber
Cause
call.
yeah, there's no way I'd be. I mean, if I want a new fish I've never kept before now, so like these killifish, I mean, I go online, I type the species in YouTube, and I literally just watch videos for like 4 hours, and I'm like, all right, I can do that.
Yep.
And I mean, not that those guys in specific are very hard to keep, but um, yeah, I mean, just being able to look up whatever you want and being like, can I do that or can I not do that? And then if you think you can do it, just do it. I mean, it's
Right.
pretty cool.
And for me, what's fun is that's why I like doing fish where it's harder to do that about. Like I do definitely
Hmm.
seek out fish where it's like, okay, what are the ones that have the least breeding reports out there?
Yep.
Because then eventually I want to film it and do something documenting stuff.
Yeah, and I'll definitely challenge myself too. Like CPDs, they're pretty easy, so I challenge myself in different ways. Like I said, trying to colony breed them. They're pretty notorious for hunting down their fry, or so I'm told.
They're pretty
Which
good at it.
and honestly, I have yet to see that because for one, I'm pounding them with food, so they're not hungry. I mean, they're never hungry. So
Yeah.
they're, their mentality probably is like, I could either spend the next 10 minutes chasing down this stupid little fry, or I could just wait for the big man that comes into the fish room in his boxers every day feed
Oh,
me this
bro.
delicious live food that I know is coming every day.
Your only meals being fed by a man in his underwear is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
We about to go to Pound Town. Then he just dumps a bunch
Yeah.
of baby brine in. Like, Raggy? Uh, Fruity Bird said she called the vacuum a reverse leaf blower. It does kind of look like that.
Yep. They
Jess,
actually have leaf blowers that you can attach a DeWalt battery to that are really nice
I'm about
if
to
you're in the market for a leaf blower.
I'm about to run my whole life off of these batteries, man. It's
Oh man,
crazy.
I'm finding out. Like I said, I didn't know you could buy these battery chargers for that. So actually just got a new one today before I came on stream. This one is for my
And
Milwaukee
it just
batteries.
happens to be right there within arm's reach as
Yeah.
well. I can't
So this
stand
one
you.
is it's for my Milwaukee battery. So it's got the USB-C. It's got two regular USBs, and then it's got the charging port in the front where you can actually attach. It's got, the
Wow.
different attachment for like
Yeah, yeah,
charging
yeah.
bigger batteries and stuff like that. So
So this is for
kind of
the
neat.
the emergency USB air pump. See, that's the next fish pitch.
Yeah, yeah, you can do that. Otherwise, I mean, just a normal battery bank. So this is just
Oh,
a regular battery bank.
another one. Bro, what's going
Yeah,
on?
I mean, these will run a battery, a little battery pump, no problem.
Okay.
So
All right. Barbara said, and the temptation to put a tank on any large flat surface. Yeah, that has definitely happened in
yeah,
some of my working spaces. I love downloading
yep.
fish info from the Matrix, and then getting fish. Wow, I need to get one of those charger adapters. So useful. All right, putting people on to these charger
Yeah.
adapters. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're nice. They're nice.
I mean, you got to find a way to bring tools. I feel like the fish hobby, I wasn't prepared for how much it'd make me want to
Hmm.
buy different tools for no reason. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I got a bag of Milwaukee tools down here. I was just using the drill the other day. I sold some snails on eBay, and I had to drill holes in the container so the snails could breathe. And I've got my drill bit already on there, and I can grab it whenever I need it.
that's so funny. All right, where's the saw? You got the hand saw in there?
No, the
Okay.
skill saw's outside.
Okay, I'm just testing. I feel like
Yep,
you
no,
got
I got,
Batman's utility
tape
belt.
measure. You always got to have your tape measure on hand. I mean, Stanley makes a good tape measure. Otherwise, the one that starts with a K, those are
Okay.
nice.
Okay.
I forget, like Comalon or something.
I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm still new to the tool game. I just got a vacuum. That's been my triumph.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that vacuum. I didn't realize they did the vacuums. That's sweet.
Let me know how it goes because it's.
Yeah.
I have a lot of hard floor. I do the carpet on the stairs, but like even just like the table's got once all the plants dry out, but top of the tanks
Hmm.
like all the dust, even snails and stuff. Even like
Okay.
I'll be vacuuming
Like
up
fish
like
food.
yeah I'll be vacuuming up like pennies, screws, whatever is on the floor. Like it's strong enough to do that. So I've been just like
Uh-huh.
kind of freed. You know, my whole family's
Yeah.
laughing at me because the day I got it, I just walked around the house vacuuming everything. I was like,
I was gonna say what's funny is if it's something if like just the ease of being able to snap a battery onto that thing and hold it in your hand, I'm
yeah,
guessing it doesn't weigh a whole lot,
it's not
but
too bad.
the ease of use directly correlates the amount of use.
It, yes,
So yeah.
exactly. Like, bro, the first I had the Seacom like the red gravel stuff. I forget what the fluorite. I had spilled like a
Okay.
ton of that in my car, and I'd been like, I hadn't cleaned it up. It's been there for like a month. I went out there with the vacuum, vacuumed all that up. I was
Done.
like, this is this is nice. You gotta
Yeah.
know yourself, okay? I'm like, I'm
Uh-huh.
lazy. I gotta buy nice things,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
I'll never fix the problem.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I might vacuum the floor up here maybe once a month because I gotta go downstairs. I gotta get that big ass vacuum, bring it up here. I gotta plug it in. I gotta unwind the cord. And when I'm done, I gotta wind the cord back up. I gotta drag it back downstairs. It
Yep,
just yeah,
yep.
I'm not doing that all the time. If I had one of those, I'd be doing that like every day.
I I think it's worth a try. I think it's definitely worth a
Yeah.
try. Uh, Futu Bird said I used code Pratt 25 worked for the Towal right? What's up, Lake Missoula Aquatic Supplies? Yeah, if anyone has
Yeah,
how you doing on time? Do you need to go soon or?
I'm I'm
Okay,
I'm
okay,
here all night.
okay. Well, definitely
I've got plenty of battery power to keep
perfect,
going.
perfect. If anyone has any questions, feel free to throw them in. But
Yeah,
uh,
definitely.
I feel like we've gone a long time. Talk to us about code Branton 25 real quick.
Branton 25 is a code that you can use on Aquatic Provisions website. It is a one-time use code. It's not like you can just spam the code. So if you're going to order, maybe make it a good order because I mean 25% that's a pretty heavy hefty discount.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Um, but yeah, if you want to use that at checkout, you'll get 25% off of whatever you order, and they've got really good foods. I've liked everything I've gotten from them and used so far. The tiny fry powder has definitely been my favorite.
Okay.
That's a really nice one for, like I said, it kind of fills the niche of my small fry, the prepared foods once a day. I take that. Let's see here, a little bottle right here. Oh,
I was preparing
okay.
my order ahead of the stream, so
Oh, okay.
uh,
Yeah.
uh,
Can we do that order?
sure.
Or weren't you gonna live stream picking an order or
I'm
something? What
going to
happened to
live
that?
stream doing some order stuff, but I have this I have a thing that I want to do, so I've ordered a few things
Okay.
ahead of time for
Okay.
um
But yeah,
so
so the tiny fry powder, I mean, this stuff, I can just, it comes in the cool little bottles. I like the bottles. At first, I thought it was kind of like, like gimmicky, but it's kind of nice. I like it. It doesn't like So when you initially pour it, it'll a little bit will come out, but it's more of a tip it upside down, and then you just kind of use your finger and you tap the bottom of it, and it just kind of like puffs it out.
Okay, it's a little different.
But yeah, this tiny fry powder is really nice. I like it.
I was thinking
Um,
I would, of
Go
course,
ahead.
I was thinking I gotta order one of the bottles, but what I already had in my cart was the
Okay, so you've
Artemia
got this.
meal. I think I'm gonna
Okay,
go with this. I think I'm just gonna do a 1 pound bag.
yeah.
Have you tried this stuff?
The Artemia meal. I have not. The freeze-dried foods that I've tried have been the what do I got over there? The mysis, the tubifine. I haven't tried the Daphnia yet. Um, and I've tried whatever the sample pack. So if you go to their website, you can actually get the sample packs for the cost of shipping.
All right.
And that'll give you a good idea of what your fish like and what you want to try. So yeah, I haven't done the Artemia meal yet.
Okay. Well, I threw the link for the sample packs. It's like $1.49 in shipping. If you want to try some of
Yeah,
these foods first.
there's actually two different sample packs. So you can get like the prepared food sample pack, so like the food that's made, or you can get the freeze dried sample pack. I think with both of them together, it's like under $4.
All right.
So you can't go wrong with that.
And then if you like it, that's when code Branton 25 comes in.
Yeah.
They'll
Yeah, don't use code Branton 25 on the sample pack.
that be come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. I want to
Yeah,
save.
you don't want to do that.
Okay,
Um
fine.
and that and that code is good until the end of the year. So you got some time. I mean, it's not like a rush thing.
Oh, whoops. Let's switch to my
But
thing
yeah,
real quick.
I've definitely been impressed with the food.
All right. So we got a question from Armadillo Lizard. They said, I just
Okay.
picked up a dwarf horseface and crimson loach recently, but can't find any info on them. Anyone got any experience?
The crimson loach I've never heard of, and the horse-faced loaches I have, but I have no experience with keeping them.
Yeah, I have not kept either of these either, but I have looked at the horse face one as well. Uh, are you just trying to keep them, or are you trying to do something else? Because keeping them, I feel like we could figure out. Crimson
Yeah.
Loach, that's something new to me. You know that it's not around a lot when the top result is from 2007. This is already off to a weird start. Oh, here's a video. 2025. Oh, that is a cool fish. Yeah. I don't know. That's a cool pickup though. You get that from your local store, or you get that from somewhere online. The loach people, they'll order any loach immediately. So if you give us the source, they
Yeah.
might sell out. I'm obsessed with slender loaches and would like to learn more about Pangeo breeding. Ah, okay.
Yeah, the panda loaches are one that I'm actively trying to breed right now.
Okay.
I think it'd be really cool to get some of those going. And I have noticed what I would call courting behavior out of some of them. So it's pretty neat.
That is pretty cool. That would be. Do they look nice when they're bigger? Are they the ones where like they only look like pandas when they're small?
That's that's what I've been told. I have yet to see it. Not that mine are incredibly big. I don't think they get incredibly big to begin with, but
Right.
I the reason I got them is to test the fact to see if they get, more of a brown color as they age. And so far they've stayed how I bought them.
Okay. That because that's been
So
my
long,
question about them, but I've never
yeah,
seen the adults.
yep. So when mine, I mean, I don't know how long it takes for them to reach the adult size, age, whatever. Um, but yeah, like I said, that is the initial reason why I bought them was to just test that theory.
Okay. So you do some speculation going
Yeah.
on here. I like that.
Yep.
What is some other projects you're working on?
Um, Man, I've got some L236. So the probably my furthest out project would be to get the 236 RB Super Whites spawning. Those are a really pretty pleco.
Oh, the Holy Grail. Did you get them from Dan's Fish?
I did not.
Because
I'm
then I'm
not
gonna
paying.
then you're rich. That's what I'm gonna
Yeah,
say.
I'm not paying that. I'm not paying that much. Oh, what's he got them listed for? Like $400?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I paid a quarter of that.
This one's 140.
Yeah, so that's getting down there. That's a little more decent.
Okay. I see some have like spots and some's like stripes. It is a cool pleco.
Yeah, they're super neat. So that's one of my longer term goals. I just recently picked up some green laser corridoras from Ryan and Roxanne
Okay.
at Pepin Creek Aquatics. So eventually I'd like to breed some of those. I think those are one that they got to be a couple years old before they start breeding.
Okay.
Um, a lot of the plecos and some of the quarries are kind of that way. They need the age. I feel like the longer a fish lives, the longer it takes them to get to sexual maturity. I
Right.
think there's a direct correlation with that. So a lot of these smaller fish that only live for a few years, they tend to reach maturity a lot faster.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Uh, is there like a fish that you have planned for the future? Like when I'm ready, I'm gonna tackle that. Like something that's more of a pie in the sky. Like I want to breed that fish. Now's not the time though.
For yeah, for a long time it was the 236s, and the price was kind of what was holding me back on that. And I finally pulled the trigger earlier this year and got a group of them.
Mm.
Uh, so that was my most recent one. I haven't really thought about anything else really.
I'm trying to figure out what mine would. The problem is I have enough to work on now that
Yeah,
I.
exactly.
this is
I
this is
haven't really been thinking that far ahead.
this is my most recent like. Finally, I have a decent amount of fry of this is a killifish,
Okay,
Aphysimian hera. Um,
nice. Those are pretty.
yeah. I've been looking for them for a while, and I got some pairs, and then there's like no fry, and then I lost like a pair, and I was down, and then now I got like I think maybe like 20 fry. So
Okay.
what's cool about them is the females uh actually that's why their Aphysimian hair is like the goddess of beauty. So the females, the picture doesn't show it, but they actually have like yellow bellies, which
Oh,
is
nice.
you can kind of see it in this picture. I think that's actually
Mm-hmm.
the location I have. Um, so most of my
Very
stuff
cool.
that's like pie in the sky, is all killifish, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, there's never really been like a big, like high in the sky kind of thing. It's any fish that I have really, I obviously like, and eventually I get around to getting them and trying to breed them. So it's I don't know. It's
Yeah,
I'm it's hard to put one on a pedestal because they're all so cool. I mean, they
yeah.
really are just really cool.
Uh, I'm doing like some killifish propaganda right now. Hold up. This is the one that like I just got that I'm scared of failing with. Ziphidus, Rivelus Ziphidus Creek Bulger. It's like a tiny little killifish. It's like
Nice.
an inch, and I got them from the Mid Atlantic Killifish Association. I ordered them through them, but I missed the meeting, so I had them take it to another fish club meeting where someone that lived near me was going. They bring it back to me, but the result is basically this guy, Chris Diaz. He had the bag of the pair of fish that he was taking to these meetings. So everyone was like, "Wow, this fish!" Because in the bag it really looked like this good. Everyone's, "Wow, this
Hmm.
incredible fish, like where's this going?" It's like, "Oh, it's Nicholas." "Oh wow, where's this?" So everyone knows I have this pair of fish, and if no fry ever come from it, they're gonna be like, damn, we should have stolen that, we should have intercepted that bag.
Yeah.
Like that's like the one thing about the killifish breeding is like there's some people even on aquabid where we'll be like, don't let them win the those that pair, like, because they're
Um,
collectors. They'll never, well, like, we'll never see that fish again. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So it's like it's just a kind of a killifish thing that's kind of funny, and tracking lineage of stuff is really big. So my friend Aaron, he has like a spreadsheet of where I got all of his eggs from, and some people even track it back. I got these eggs from this person. He got those eggs from this person, from that person. Then they also had the collection points. So
Okay.
sometimes like it feels like a lot of pressure breeding killifish. It's basically.
Yeah.
Well, Scotty the Fish Freak says you better check for eggs. I want. I know. I I can't find eggs in the mop. I think they've been substrate spawning, honestly. But I had them. I moved the parents out the tank they've been in for a few weeks, and I literally put them in their own 20 long because I want this fish so bad that I'm gonna do a fully planted like 20 long with just this pair in it, and I think
Nice.
Hope Fry will show up.
And then I know we've kind of gotten away from the live fish foods, but if at any point you want to get back into it,
No, it's
we
the perfect.
can.
It's the
It's
perfect. No,
it's
it's the
up to
perfect.
you.
It's the perfect time. It's the perfect time,
Okay.
actually.
Because
And
I can run down and I can grab my white worm culture and we can kind of talk about those if you want.
for sure. And I'd love to. I'd
Okay.
love to do the tier list again
Yeah.
as we talk about it.
Yeah. Let me go grab those.
But yeah, Scotty, I know. I need. I have to succeed with these. I'm excited that I got the Aphysimian Hera because that is like also kind of a the guy Maurice. He breeds them on Aquabid, so there's some people keeping them going. But I'm like, okay, this is a little bit off the beaten path, killifish, but this Rivolus is something else. If they're substrate spawning, make sure not to have snails in the tank. They can and do eat eggs. Yep. I got some Rivolus from Chris that he's pressuring me big time to breed. Yeah. Yo, I hate getting fish from Chris because I know he's going to ask me how they're doing. If I mess up, I'm a lie. I'm a lie. Yeah, they're doing great. Uh, Actually, the other ones that I got from Chris that I have some fry from, I should have more, but I do have some fry from, is the Epiplates Ralafi. This is, they really look like this. It's crazy. It really is crazy. I need to give them their own 20 long, honestly, too. But he says that he breeds them in a 10-gallon that's just heavily planted and fry show up. So I do want to try that, but I did pull eggs for this time around.
All right.
SB,
I can't tell. I can't tell if my screen is flipping or not
no,
because
it flipped.
there we go.
It flipped.
All right. So here is my white worm. Oh, what I got. So the screen that you brought up was the screen that I was looking at, so I can't really tell what I'm looking at here.
Oh, wait.
All I can see is the website.
Okay, okay, I'll get rid of that.
There we go. Okay. So here are the white worms. And what I do is I take this needlepoint mesh, and what I'll do is so this is just, you can see them all in there. So what I do is I'll just this is a mix of uh what organic yogurt, no flavor, nothing, just plain yogurt, and then I'll mix in steel cut oats and whatever old fish food I have laying around, and it seems to be the best combo that I have going for me.
Wow. And how often do you feed out of this culture?
I feed out of this culture as often as I can. I haven't in a while, uh, or as I should say, as much as I used to before I got the blackworm. So I'm probably feeding out of here maybe 3 times a week. But when I had this thing rolling, I fed out of here every day, and I couldn't. I mean, there were worms, so many worms in here that they were just. I mean, they were like crawling up the sides. I mean, I they were everywhere. So they're another easy one to keep. They There's a slight smell to them just because of the yogurt that you put in there. But other than that, I mean, they're a super easy one. So I just put food in here last night because they were out,
Mm,
so they haven't migrated to the top of this mesh yet.
okay.
Um, so once they're all around the sides right now. So once they start really consuming this thing, they'll eventually work their way up to the top of this mesh. And I'll take a small brush like this. Make sure you get it wet first. If you don't get the bristles wet, the worms kind of just they don't stick to the brush. So the wet makes them stick to the brush, and you can just take and just swipe them right off there, and you'll have a bunch of worms on there. You can just literally just kind of stick it in the water and shake the brush around a little bit, and they'll just fall right out into the water.
Okay. All right. Well, you're right.
But
People have some questions about this very quickly, Branton. So
okay,
I hope your brain is as organized as your batteries.
yeah,
Unfortunately, my worm cultures end up with mites. 186.
okay. Um, oop, let me flip this. Okay. I have not noticed mites. I had for the longest time a problem with fungus gnats. Um, but mites I've never had to deal with. I would say what are you using for a substrate?
Okay. We'll see if they come back with that. Because actually, Scotty, the fish freak, his question kind of goes into that a little bit. Scotty asked,
Hmm.
how often does Branton feed the worms? How often does he change the substrate? So I guess you got to talk about what the substrate is for that too.
Yeah, I'm feeding the worms, like I said, now currently because I have the black worms, I haven't had to rely as heavily on them. Um, but I try and I like to feed a variety. Variety is the spice of life. So yeah, 3, 4 times a week, definitely.
Okay.
Um, I know the epistos for one that I mean they really like them.
How much do
Go
you?
go
I
easy.
think also he might be asking how much you feed the worms themselves. How often you feed the worms food?
Oh, how often do I feed the worms? So I'll put in like a condiment cup of the so like 4 ounce uh cup mixture of the food, the yogurt, the oats, and the fish food. And I'll put it in there. I put it right in the middle. I put the mesh on top. And basically, what dictates how often I feed them is how fast they consume it. So I don't pull the food out. I let the food stay in there. If it gets a little moldy, not a big deal. They eat it. It's not. So it all depends on your population, how often you need to feed them. Um, and it's not like so I've gone before. I've tested it to see how long I can go without feeding them. This kind of rolls into the to when I had a problem with the fungus gnats. So
Okay.
I was actually able to outstarve the fungus gnats. I sealed the container.
Wow.
I kept everything in there was couldn't get out. Nothing could get in, and obviously there was airflow, but uh, I was able to outstarve the fungus gnats, and the worms were still alive. The longest I've gone without feeding them is probably 4 months.
Damn. That's way.
Yeah.
I was not expecting a number that big. You
Hmm.
starve. You starved the fungus that you went to siege. You with the fungus gnats.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Because that
I
was
mean,
SVC's
I tried.
question. He was like, "How did you deal with the fungus gnats? You literally starved them to
Yep.
death."
Yeah. I tried the sticky traps. I tried taping them to the lid, and it's like, that you'd get a couple on there, but I don't know if maybe once they saw a couple on there that never moved, they were like, yeah, we're not doing that.
Okay. So
But
you feed the worms themselves just whenever the food runs out, which is
yep,
on the
whenever the food
population.
runs out, I pound them with some more food. That's another thing. These cultures, um, it's definitely a delicate balance, but if you pound food cultures with food, you can really, I mean, like I said, there was a point where I had this box, it was so full of worms that I could literally feed every day out of this thing, and it barely put a dent in it.
Wow.
I mean, they were just, I mean, I was swiping that brush and I just had, I mean, a ball of worm. I mean, just
That's a
swipe
dream.
after swipe.
I need to get
Yeah,
a
I mean,
culture to that point. That I think I just
yeah.
need to set it up. I think the yogurt and oat is
Hmm.
something that I've been missing. Real quickly though, The second
the
part of
the
the
sub
question.
yeah, the substrate is just I like to use organic. I don't know. When I'm feeding stuff to my fish, I'll pay the extra $3 to get organic just because why not? But it's just Miracle Grow, organic Miracle Grow. Um, Keep it slightly wet. You want it damp, you don't want it drenched. Um, and what I will say is to avoid pests in your worm cultures, which is what I've learned. So this is probably where the fungus gnats came from. There's a lot of eggs and stuff in these soils when you get them, especially the organic varieties. So I suggest baking the soil before you use it. So just bake the shit out of the soil, you know, 400, 500 degrees and burn everything that could be living in there off and then use that with
Pound the soil
you
with
know,
heat.
yes, pound the soil with heat and then pound the soil with your worm culture and you should be pest free for the most part. I mean, it all depends on like say you've got house plants in the house and you got some fungus gnats in your house plants and you go to feed out of this tub and you leave the lid open and you forget it overnight, well, you're probably screwed. I mean, you got to be real careful with these
Right.
food cultures to not let anything in that you don't want in. So definitely be diligent when it comes to the pests.
What do you use for airflow then to keep pests out
For
still?
so this is this is I had to upgrade to this giant tote. I tried using like bigger little Tupperwares, and I just found that the worms would pollute the substrate too fast for the amount that I needed to feed.
I think that's what my
So I would
issue
have
is. I think I'm
yeah,
using
so
too small.
I would have real large populations in a small container, and it would foul really quick. So I just upgraded to these big guys, and I cut on each end a big square, and I've got filter floss. You can cut a square filter floss, and you can actually go like all the way around, like you're gonna rip it in half. So they kind of pull apart, but you pull two equal halves apart all the way around, and you actually cut it longer than the length of the square, and you can kind of lock it in there, and
Okay.
nothing can come in or out. And like I said, I keep this in a closet. Technically, white worms are supposed to be kept cool, but you can acclimate them to warmer temperatures. So I know a lot of people keep these in like a fridge or whatever. I keep them in a dark closet, and in the peak of summer, they're probably sitting at about, I don't know, 76, 78 degrees
Right.
in my house in the closet. So they can withstand warmer temperatures, but they definitely have to be acclimated.
Yo, putting that in the fridge would be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd get murdered. I'd probably
Hmm.
get murdered. Okay, so
Yeah. And
Miracle
I've
Grow.
noticed too with the warmer temperatures, just kind of like anything, they'll actually multiply faster. So if you're looking to feed them a lot more, it's kind of a good strategy to get them used to a higher temperature because you can get a lot better yield. I'll change the substrate once I kind of notice. I mean, you can kind of tell. So you'll start with, I don't know if they're consuming things in the substrate, but you'll notice. Like I said, it all depends on your population, size of the container. This thing I
Right.
can probably change once a year.
Oh wow.
When I filled this up, I mean, it was probably like up to here,
Wow.
and it's kind of gone down. So I don't know if they're breaking down organics that are in the soil further. So it's slowly shrinking. This will have to be changed out again soon. You can see on this side, there's like it's pretty much going down to the bottom.
Wow.
But you'll also notice color changes. So from the waste that they create, you'll kind of notice it's like a different texture and color. It's a lot lighter, and I don't know the soil over time just changes, and you kind of just got to get. I mean, you can't change it too much. I mean, if you can definitely not change it enough. So
Okay. Yours is once a year, but you got a big tub. So like say
yeah,
someone's
I've
got
got that
like a
big tub.
smaller Tupperware, how often would you
Yeah.
think they'd probably need to change that?
That would depend on the population, but the reason I upgraded is because I was finding that my tub, so I'm trying to think like maybe, comparatively like this,
Hmm.
I was probably like every couple of months.
Okay. And that's like you said that was 20 liters that bucket.
Uh yeah, this is It doesn't say on there, but it'll hold 2 liters of water.
Till 2 liters. Okay, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, that I think that might be
Yeah.
my problem because you're talking about sizes way bigger than what I've been trying to keep them in.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean this is a pretty hefty tub.
That just having a tub that big for worms is like it's just a line I haven't crossed yet. But you're kind of you're kind of like pushing me towards there. It's like it's
Uh-huh.
already like when you show someone like a jar. Like I'm a big microworm guy. I love microworms. I feed them every day. It's like I lost my microworm cultures and I felt lost. Like because
Hmm.
I'm lazy with brine shrimp and stuff. I just love microworms, man. It's like infinite
Yeah, see,
food. Uh,
see, I didn't like the worms. I would rather just do the vinegar eels.
See, I've you gotta keep microworms the right way, man. I'm like a
Yeah, I'm
microworm
sure I do.
purist.
Yeah.
Like they should be coating the sides all the way up every day. Like when when I have them going right, if I remove uh if I feed it out, it's like coated all the way to the top. By the
Hmm.
evening, it'll be all the way to the top again.
Okay.
Um, that's how it should be because people need to up their standards. That's the thing. I wouldn't like microworms either if it was just like a little like few centimeters off every day and I'm like trying not to
Yeah.
scoop too much oatmeal. No, I'm not with that. I'm with when it coats all the way, like you have a little bit at the bottom and they coat all the way to
Uh-huh.
the top. I just take the spatula, put it in a pitcher of water. I go through. You can put spirulina powder in the culture, whatever, to make them a bit more nutritious. Like that's what I like about them. Uh,
Yeah.
but I was just saying, it's one thing you show someone like a small container, like, yeah, these are all worms. Like, ew. You pull out the giant tub. You're like, yeah, this is
Yeah.
my this is my worm, my worm
Yeah.
tub.
My wife gives me the look every time I go in that closet. She's like,
Uh, could you pull off a flightless fruit fly culture?
uh, probably not.
Yeah.
Nah.
Every
I I I don't know. It's a lot of work.
everyone I talk to that has one of those has a story about when they all escaped, and that's enough for me
Yeah.
to never,
Yes.
ever, ever,
Yep.
ever.
Yeah, they move around a little too much.
Scotty says, same. I need bigger containers for microworms and white worms, I think. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's definitely my takeaway. Is like, okay, the substrate changing. For microworms, I love peanut butter jars.
Okay.
That's my thing for cultures. I'm trying to get where all of my cultures have twist lids because I hate pulling lids off and like
Hmm.
moisture flying everywhere and stuff. And it's
Yeah,
just,
and that's what was nice with this one is it's got the clicking lids on the
yeah,
side because the Tupperware before, I was doing this and then eventually that starts to crack and break and then you got this container with no lid, so you got to buy a new container. But yeah, so
absolutely.
this is just click click and then off. You just give it a quick flip like that. And like I said, this thing isn't too moist, so you don't get a whole lot of condensation. So if there is some you probably don't want to flip it like that
Yeah,
and
yeah,
let
yeah, yeah.
fling it
You could
everywhere.
avoid
But
it. You could
yeah,
avoid it with that. When there's cracking and breaking, like it's just
yeah.
a hundred
And
percent.
then I will mention what sold me on this container. Now that I've got the lid in my hand, it kind of reminds me, but it's got a blue foam seal that goes around the lid.
Mm,
So
okay.
it
Code
goes on
Branton
top,
twenty
and then
five
these
or
and and these it locks it in. So there's no way for anything to get in or out. The only access are these 2 holes in the side.
okay. Here's my microworm pitch now. So
Okay.
this is my microworm one of my microworm cultures that I feed every day. So you see, it's straight
Yeah.
worms all the way to the top, pure worms. And this picture is actually the second time I'm feeding it in the day because I already fed it once. It looked like this, and it came
Okay.
back. Let
Yep.
me
And that's how the white worms will get if you get a giant population of them too.
see. I need the white worms. This is my thing. I think what people are doing wrong with microworms is they keep them too wet. Like if you look at
Okay.
everyone's microworm culture, it's like soupy. They can't live in that. Like actually, it's like
Yeah,
an
that's what I didn't like about them is how like soupy it was because
yeah.
because I've never started one. I've always gotten a culture like from a fish swap, and they're like in the little
Exactly.
belly containers, and it's like you can take it and you can literally like pour it out. It's like, yeah,
Exactly.
I,
So this is the black is just a cocoa core because it used to be a springtail culture and I changed it. But you can see the moisture level. I just keep it damp. It's just damp,
mm-hmm,
and you can see this film. This is all worms. All this film is worms. Like if this was a video, you'd see them
yeah,
shimmering. And the thing is, like the stuff like the yeast.
mm-hmm,
So it's all about making them climb. So they climb up when there's not enough space in the substrate. If you keep it soupy, they're in the substrate dying. But if it's not soupy and it's damp, they can still be in there living, reproducing where there's not enough space and they got to climb. Now, you put the yeast in there, they do eat it, but here's the thing. I did a test. I had a culture. They weren't climbing. It had been like that for like a few weeks. I put the yeast in. It was coated like this picture because the yeast takes up oxygen and stuff. It forces them to climb. So the water, when it's in there, it feels like the culture is working better because they're climbing more, but they're just climbing because they literally can't fucking live in, in the substrate, and that's why you have these cultures that only last like a few weeks. My
uh-huh,
cultures, they last forever. I just keep adding oats and whatever into it, and just like your worm thing, as it goes down, like I'll add more. But as long as you just keep it damp and not soupy, then
yeah,
so that's my microworm pitch. I think that's why
okay,
microworms suck to most people, but I
mm-hmm,
I think that even you would think they don't suck if your jar was coated with microworms like this every day.
yeah,
You
yep,
know.
yep,
So
okay,
yep, that's my pitch. Now it's a great segue into we got to do the live food tier list,
yeah, yeah,
and as we go through it, you can because people really had a lot of questions about white worms. Let me see. Child Therapy said, hey, love the stream. Thanks. Thank you. Steve said, right now I'm doing vinegar eels, baby brine shrimp daily, microworms, grindleworms, white worms, black worms, fruit flies, and those stupid peanut beetles that I have no idea how to harvest. Have you done the peanut beetles? Do you know what he's talking about?
I have not. Yeah, I know what he's talking about, and I've seen those at the swaps too, but I've never tried them.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Have you tried like the flour? It's like similar concept, but it's like in rice flour or something like
Yeah,
that.
I've never done the flower beetles either.
Okay. Well, a couple of fish made this live food tier list,
Okay.
and thoughts of feeding springtails to fish. I have an immersed bin. How do I collect them out of there? Actually, Scotty, I feed orange springtails to my fish quite regularly. Chad laughs at me because he's like, "You just fed your fish $20." I'm like, "I know." I'll get one of my cultures, and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
You start. I already know you start talking about what I think is one of your S tier ones, which is the
Okay.
black
The black
worms.
one.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. So the first one on my list has got to be the blackworms, and I haven't had the blackworms too terribly long, but I feel that the blackworms are just, I mean, they're so nice because you can feed as many as you want and they're not going to pollute the water. I mean, I guess if you fill the tank completely up with blackworms, maybe that's an issue from all the waste. But if you're just putting a portion of blackworms in the tanks, and some of them don't get eaten or they escape and they hide, they're not gonna die in the tank and pollute the water column. They're going to live in the tank until they become food. They're super easy to keep. From everything I've done so far, I keep them just like fish. So I've got my culture in a 10-gallon fish tank. We can actually go back over there
Okay.
because there are a lot more out on that wafer than there were when I first showed them.
Oh God
So
damn.
yeah, so
Damn.
so now yeah, so
What
now it's
the
completely
hell?
covered. Yep.
I
I mean
like
they're
how you
they're
feed. I
everywhere.
didn't
They're
know they travel to food like that. That's because I'm just kind of starting to culture them, And I
Uh-huh.
have them in the breeder box, but I do think like to get production I'm gonna need to move them to a bigger tank. Like the breeder's box thing is nice for storage, but like
Yeah.
this is what I like. You got the feeding
Yep. So yeah,
dish.
you put the food in there and they will come.
Wow.
So yeah, the other side is just all lava rocks. There is some substrate down there, but this is, um, I don't know. Basically, my thought was, so occasionally I will throw food over here. Obviously, I'm not collecting them out of here, but just them balling up like that on the lava rocks and fighting for food, they might be naturally segmentating.
Right.
So, reproducing by segmentation, but I don't physically get in here and cut worms or move substrate or anything like that. So my population has been going completely untouched and reproducing very
I
nicely.
just didn't know they would go to food. Like that is
Yeah.
really good. And if you guys didn't see the stream earlier, you got to go back to when he showed the dish before because there's literally like 6 times the amount of worms. And if you're not
Yep.
familiar with black worms, like balling up, like that might look like a small amount, but that's like a huge
Yeah.
amount of worms right there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I
um,
mean, I've when I come up here, if I turn the lights on in the morning, like probably not with the two algae wafers, but if I put like four on there, this whole tray would be just black worms.
wow.
So yeah, like I said, this is the tank. It's just a 10-gallon tank. We move this, yep, random bucket of snails. Um,
No, you're good.
so I got just, nothing fancy with the light. Just a glass lid, so it's completely covered. Besides the back, there is an air gap here. Um,
Do you have an air stone
I
or
mean,
anything in there? Or?
yeah, so I've got a double sponge filter in there, so
Okay.
it's kicking some air.
Look at all that
So yeah,
rakia.
yeah, you can't really see it, but yeah.
The
So I
worms are
wanted
living
something
the
in
high
here.
life, bro. This is crazy.
Yeah. So I wanted something in here that would suck up a bunch of nitrates. So I've got like this just pad of, I
Sheesh.
mean, it's just like a floating pad of Rickia in
That
here.
is dense.
Yep. And then there's guppy grass in here too. Another fast nutrient user. But so yeah, I treat these like regular fish and I water change maybe once a week, probably every other week. And I'll see, since I turned the light on, the worms kind of or since I made all that noise, the worms kind of dissipated. So they're actually pretty fast. If I'm
Yeah.
trying to get worms out of here, I got to be stealthy. Obviously, I wasn't too stealthy with what
Yeah.
I just did right now, but yeah,
Okay. Well,
yeah.
cichlid
There's
therapy
actually
said
a
they're trying to
yeah.
culture food for their fry. Like this is the right place, man. Oh my gosh.
There's actually a big old Anubius in here too. So, but yeah,
Planted tanks for your blackworms. See, this is
yep,
what you guys are doing wrong. So blackworms, that's S tier for you.
yes,
Scotty for springtails. This is how I keep the springtail cultures. So I tried a few different ways. This is the best way that works. And what I do is I got my jars. So this was like a Skippy's peanut butter jar. I don't know why anyone bought that, but it still got turned to a culture. I got charcoal in here, horticultural charcoal, and it's basically just a little bit of charcoal, water at the bottom, and then you basically keep them like you would a worm culture in the sense that I do the grid with the food on top, and they'll collect on it. And then because the springtails are hydrophobic and they float, you can just get the grid, shake it over top the water. The fish will go dive and eat them pretty quickly. It's great for top spawning fish. Or you can like slightly let the grid in the water and they'll all float off of it. But I get great production. It's kind of hard to show with this webcam, but you might see little specks of orange in there. I guess I should have made myself the big thing. Um, and I
big. In
find
case you're in
if
case
you
you're wondering what I'm doing, real quick, I just my tank light started turning off, and I do want to give these fish some food. So
okay, no, go for it. Um, but the other thing is, I do culture worms with them too. So now it's focusable. You'll see that I got a bunch of grindle worms in here actually. So I've actually been dual culturing them, just charcoal, a little dampness, and you can see that these orange ones they get pretty big. Right there, you see the orange springtail. So when I'm really on top of these and pounding the culture with food, taking it to Pound Town. Like you can feed springtails like every day. Uh, rice fish, anything they'll eat off the top, loves it. Um, and yeah, so that's what I would do to get them out. I would keep them like you would a worm culture in the sense that you got the grid, you put food on it or under it, they'll collect on it, and then I just shake it off. Um, I think I actually have a video of feeding them that I'll have to find, but I would say
So
that
yeah,
they're
right.
probably A tier for me because you can only feed them to the top fish.
Yeah, right now I'm just feeding a bunch of the aquarium co-op
The magic small feed.
magic small feed. Yeah, and I'll show you the dispenser I have for that.
Dispenser.
Yeah, the size scoop that I use.
Oh, okay. Please tell me the amount I can use without making green water. That's what I need.
Yes.
Green water and
Yep.
algae. Because when I first got it,
Yep.
I was taking the fish to Pound Town like crazy, and I in 2 days my 40 breeder was like half full of their algae.
All right. So every let's see here. The magic. Okay, so this is still magic nano. Um, but I've got this little scoop here. So let me. This actually came. This is the scoop you're supposed to use for the hobby hatcher. So this is the amount of
Oh.
eggs that you put in the hobby hatcher. Well, it works perfect for the magic nano food. If I ever lose this scoop, I'm gonna be pissed.
Wow. So
Um,
like for us to be successful like you, we have to buy like 5 different products. So we got to get the hobby hatcher not just for the bride trip, but so we have the scoop, so we can get the magic
yeah.
small feed about.
So
Uh,
then that's the amount that goes into each 10-gallon tank.
okay, that seems reasonable.
And I couldn't tell you how much that is, but that's just what I've been doing since I got the magic fish
Uh,
food, and it's worked.
okay. Oh, Jody came back for a few. Welcome back, Jody.
Nice.
Um, I have a couple open 5 gallon tanks running with nothing else in them and a clump of blackworms chilling in the fridge. I think I'll try this. I'm gonna have to set up a blackworm tank too. Better than so. This is interesting. Big Steve's glass box, aka Golden Pearls, on the Magic Small feed. So in the last Dan's fish stream, the Big Steve was being an instigator, and he commented that, and Corey was on Dan's stream, and he like immediately was like, "Yeah, like Golden Pearls when it didn't suck." Blah 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 blah. So I actually because and you'll notice a trend with me. All of my like deep dive stuff is just off of something someone just randomly said. I just happened to hear that, and I was like, let me look into this like Golden Pearls magic feed comparison. And it's really interesting. Like from what I can tell, a lot of these foods, like the concept of mimicking Artemia and floating in the water column, like if you go to Brine Shrimps Direct's website, they use that language and they even put like patented process or something. So I'm like, okay, that the magic part is maybe like a little. You're setting yourself up for these comparisons when you call your
Yeah.
product magic and other people have similar things. And then as far as the ingredients goes, Antarctic krill meal, and they do definitely have a kind of unique formula they've put in there, which from my it's more like just to make it so the ingredient order looks better, honestly, because some of the meals it's like it's not that much better than the other ones. But anyways, this isn't even what we're talking about. But long story short, it kind of came about, it seems, from like marine stuff. So they're trying to figure out how to feed these larval fishes, and they're doing the krill. So it's Antarctic krill meal, and they mix it with these other things and encapsulate it with fish oil and stuff, so it floats, mimics Artemia, and then the larval fish stuff can eat it. So stuff like the magic small like feed is something to like broad hobbyists that's like new, but as I've been like reading, it's like, oh, this is like something in aquaculture and
Hmm.
stuff that's been going on. But it was just all that like I was going into just because Big Steve triggered Corey so hard. But then honestly, there was a little bit to what he was saying, and then to go even deeper. God, my God, Z-
Yeah,
Z.
and I do have golden pearls too, and I mean they are definitely very similar.
Okay,
I mean,
so
there's no denying that.
oh
Yeah,
really? Do they perform
it's
like similarly as far as how they float and stuff?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. This Ziegler feed, all right? Ziegler Manufacturing Aquaculture. This company is behind a lot of foods. And actually, like, if I were to go through, like, they have, let me see if I can find it. So you go, like, the pet and zoo, like, aquarium fish. And they'll have, like, all these kind of manufacturers, you can, like, customize formulas and stuff. But some of them, they do have, like, pre-made formulas. So, like, a tropical flake, for instance. And then if you go and, like, download it, it'll show you, like, the ingredients and stuff, but you have to give them your email. Long story short, the easiest one, Aquatic Arts, all their foods are Ziegler manufactured uh, formulas, basically like straight up exactly what they have in their little PDF. So like this tropical
Okay.
flake and stuff. If you went and looked at the tropical flakes and stuff here, it all line up with like these PDFs if you went to download them. But then on top of that, one thing I've been trying to figure out, Aquatic Foods and Blackworm Company just seems to have a ridiculous amount of stuff. And like I said before, they basically have all of Aquarium Co-op's current foods and all their future foods. Like these people are the blueprint. They've got everything. Uh, anyways, in some of their listings, they like just straight up say like this is based off of a Ziegler. This is the Ziegler manufactured stuff. So as far as like trying, if you're trying to get behind like learn more about manufacturers, I'm just kind of throwing this out there for people like take a look at aquatic foods, see which ones of these things you can track back to Ziegler manufacturing. It's just kind of interesting, like seeing kind of how
Funny
the pipeline goes.
funny thing about Aquatic Arts is they recently just got busted for selling crayfish illegally here in Wisconsin.
Really,
Yeah.
I've been wondering because they do offer like a lot of crayfish that you know.
Yep. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources has been watching them, and they've actually been warned years prior to stop, and they never did. And now they finally got cracked down on it.
Really,
Yeah, it was Aquatic Arts and Carolina Biological, whatever, where you can
really.
get the live food cultures and stuff.
What are
Yeah,
they? What was
those were
Carolina busted for?
same thing, crayfish.
So are like all of these, or is it like a specific one that they? Because they've been selling a
I
lot.
I Yeah, I don't know which ones you can't have in Wisconsin, but yeah, they've been shipping them to customers in Wisconsin.
That's crazy. I'm not surprised. But yeah, wow, wow. Steve said you've done so good so far, Nick. Don't go to the dark side now. Wait, what did I do? Is it because I
You're
started?
talking about the magic fish feed.
Oh,
I don't know. It's just a convenience factor for me. I mean, it's
I no, I like it. Like
it's
people,
great food.
people always think they're like, you got a like. No, I like magic fish feed. I just like
Uh,
getting to the bottom of like and just comparing. I like comparing against other things. So like if you go to like aquatic foods, fry food, you'll go here.
oh, he's just talking about the conspiracy wormhole in general.
The conspiracy. Listen, this is basically it's not the same formula because Aquarium Co-op has their own formula, but it's like essentially the same thing. The ingredients order is a little bit different and stuff, but and it has a higher fat percentage and things like that. But it's essentially the same thing. The interesting thing also is like, depending on which listing it is, it's a similar price as well. Now
Yeah, yep.
I will say this is the one tip, the one thing you can save money on from Aquario Co-op. Also, they actually say this, but the community floating pellets is like the same thing as Magic Feed. So there's some argument for that being a good value. But their other fry food, I don't know if you've tried. Where is it?
Yes.
Do you like that one?
Um, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't like the bottle?
Right here.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I use a lot of the bug buffet from Nick at Keeping Fish Simple, and this
God,
is
I hate you guys, bro. All these imported Australian
and
bougie
and this
foods.
yeah, and this is pretty similar to that, only it's in the pellet form. So I find I use this a little less just because of the bottle, whereas the pellets I can take a pellet and I know how big the pellets are, and I can just, use that as a measurement as to how much is actually going in.
Jody says, "Get on the bug buffet train." I know, I know.
Yeah,
Wait, okay, I get it. Jesse said, "I finally bought Magic Fish Feed. Not worth the price, in my
yeah.
opinion."
Bug buffet.
Damn,
And then he's got
you're
the
flexing on
green
us.
cuisine, too, which is pretty sweet. Shrimp and snails really enjoy this stuff.
Damn. Jody said the community floating pellets were not consumed by. Yeah, my fish did not like the community floating pellets.
My fish did not like the community floating pellets either.
I think so. I kind of have a conspiracy theory. When I feel a food, I feel like I could tell if my fish don't will like it, and I think they feel too hard. I don't know how to explain it, but
Hmm.
like when I felt the pellets, I was like, my fish aren't gonna eat this. They're all they're all too small and lazy. But okay, I like this fry food. Like I enjoy using it, but like it was just hard for me to justify. But this aquatic foods protein, vitamin, floating slash sinking baby food. I'll say allegedly, but it's the exact same. You can get this 12-ounce jar for $17 versus the 4-ounce for $14. If you look at the ingredient list, salmon meal, dried yeast, marine, blah, blah. If you go to this ingredient list, it's the exact same order of all the ingredients
Hmm.
and all the percentages line up 55 protein, fiber, blah, blah. So half of the stuff when I do the deep dives as far as food goes, it's like understanding it, but then also like I'm broke, so like obviously I'm going to find.
Uh-huh.
I'm literally
Yep.
wearing an aquarium co-op shirt, so like I like
Yeah.
aquarium co-op.
No,
I'm just
that's
broke.
that's like that's like with the eggs. I mean, I got two of Aquarium Co-op's egg tins in the freezer, and but now like I said, I mean, you can get 9 ounces of, I mean,
Yeah.
the exact same eggs for, was it like $45 for 9 ounces, and you're getting 3.5 for, what is it now? They just raised
Oh,
the price on them.
I,
It's
I
like,
was the aquarium co-op brine shrimp eggs. I would say the price is prohibitive right now. Like
yeah,
even though like I do rock with them and before the beanie, like there was no other option because the separation on everything
yeah,
else is just unusable.
yep,
Like it's
yep.
unusable. So like if it was just aquarium co-op, I would still have to buy their eggs. But $35, plus you're gonna have to pay shipping unless you go up to 75. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
it's just hard to not just buy.
Yeah, for $10 more, you can get 9 ounces.
Yeah, yep. So um, my fish love the extreme nano food. Oh yeah, that if I wasn't broke, I'd buy more extreme fish foods. The magic feed, it smells good. That's one thing about it
It
that
does.
like
It
I want to
does.
buy it again just because I enjoyed feeding it. It smelled good, you know.
Yeah, I got one of those big monster tubs I haven't opened yet.
Oh man, see, like I'm in. I will buy it again. Um,
Yeah. And see,
he,
there's a lot of times too. I buy things like, the food is great, but like it's like I'm already thinking what I'm going to do with that container after it's all gone. you know,
right.
I mean, the container has a lot to do with it too. I mean, it's, yeah,
So you use the container for stuff?
yeah,
Okay.
yep. So I'll buy like bulk. Like if you're buying that bulk Artemia meal,
Hmm.
you can leave it in the freezer and then portion out. I got I got I got
Okay.
containers of extreme and aquarium co-op foods just filled with, various Ken's flakes and,
See,
stuff like that.
I'm like, I'm, I'm, a, I'm addicted to clear screw top containers. That's my problem with the
Hmm.
green. Is like,
Yeah.
I just have, if I can't see something, it doesn't exist to me. So, like I was trying to reuse them, but then I just kept like losing stuff. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it shouldn't make a difference, but if I can't see
Hmm.
what's in the container, like it becomes invisible to me sometimes.
Huh.
Um, Nick, get on the Nick. Even I have bug buffet, bro. It's like everyone's saying I'm poor right now. You haven't, bro. My PVAS check just came in the other day. Okay, come on. I just got the PVAS check. It hasn't hit the account yet. Just go with Tetracolor granules for everything, aka LRB. Nick, do you want to try some? I can send you some to try. I don't want to loach off of your oh sorry, loaf. I said loach off. I don't want to loaf off of your bug buffet. But I mean, at the same time, I'd put
And
that
what time is it right now, man?
10:24 my time, so
Okay.
9:24 your time.
Okay. So probably let's go like 6 more minutes, and then most of these lights are going to be turning off, and I'll
Okay.
just be sitting in here in the dark. Another thing with my schedule is I'm real big on not like going like over, like I like my light schedule. So
Yeah. No. I want to keep for sure. Keep on your schedule. So if anyone has any last questions for Branton, definitely get them in.
yeah.
Wait, what was
And you
12?
can keep it going. I can hop in the chat, but yeah,
Yeah, no
I'll
problem.
probably hop down off of here.
I'll probably keep it going a little bit just because I think I owe some FaceTime.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
a minute since I've been yapping. I could I don't have anything to deep dive on. I'm staying out of trouble. I'm staying out of trouble.
Deep dive on that crayfish thing with Aquatic Arts in Carolina Biological,
Is there
because
like a
I would actually like to know more about that.
okay? If I can find something, then definitely. See, I like when people give me a target. That's how I
Yeah.
got into trouble with the aquarium co-op anyway, because like people started egging me on to like
Mhm.
I was just like
Yeah,
okay.
and this is nothing that, like, you're gonna offend. I mean, these people were warned and completely ignored it. So like they knew what they were doing.
It's funny because a Carolina biological already like doesn't ship stuff to like California and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's like you think they already know that they're gonna get in trouble
Mhm.
for stuff. Um,
Yeah.
like even I like I've like applied for a bunch of permits and things like that just you know to be safe.
Hmm.
Um, but Jesus.
So yeah, with that, Nick, I appreciate you having me up. This was a lot of fun. Like I said, I'll come up again whenever. It don't matter to me. I love talking fish. It's something I'm very passionate about and have been for a long time. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's why I'm here to begin with. I really love this
Uh,
hobby, and
yeah.
yeah.
No, I appreciate you coming. I feel like now we've like broken the ice. Next time, we'll just hop straight into just like talking whatever. And I'd love to do this again. I like talking fish with people. It's
Oh yeah.
it's definitely it's definitely a hobby best enjoyed with others, in my
Hmm.
opinion. And Jesse says I'm
Yeah.
the same way, Brett. And you walk into my fish room before the lights, we got a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like. Yeah. I mean, they're on their timers, and when they're off, they're off. When they're on, they're on.
Wow, you guys got some self control, man. I'll be messing up. I'll be messing up the schedule. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They'll turn off. I'll be like, I got another hour in here in me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, Branton, thank you very much for coming
Yeah.
on. I know your lights are about to turn off. But let's chat again soon, man. We'll just make
Yeah,
this a
definitely.
thing for sure. Um,
Yeah, we can do that.
I have to bring you on when I talk with like Aaron and John. That would be fun to do like a
Yeah.
4 person thing. We got to
Yeah,
find
definitely.
something to debate about. We need more
Okay.
drama. Eh, People
Okay.
get, some people are addicted to drama. Not me, but
Yeah.
so we got to manufacture like now white worms are the worst. I like micro
Yeah.
no,
And then
I like fruit flies. Then everyone boo.
And then Jody's saying thanks for the stream. Nick's not getting off. I'm just hopping down.
Yeah, I'll talk for a little bit.
Yep.
They were laughing at me last time because I said 15 more minutes, and then I'll
Yeah,
stop.
yeah. But yeah, so yeah, aquatic provisions, Branton 25. Is that
Yep.
what it was?
Yep,
I
Branton
forget.
25, and go to
Yeah.
Branton's YouTube channel and subscribe. What will
Yeah,
keep?
give me a sub if you guys haven't. I mean, my content's not the best, but you know, I'm getting better.
No, you're doing good, man. You're doing good, and you stream on there too.
Yeah, yep. I occasionally have a live stream. Me and Kyle, when our schedules align, we usually do one on Saturday nights in this time slot actually. So that's why this worked out pretty perfect.
Okay,
Um,
good.
so yeah,
All right, well, I'll see if I can
but
find out anything about that
yeah, I'm gonna hop in the chat and I want to see
aquatic
what you find
arts.
out.
Yeah, we'll
So,
look and talk some fish stuff.
all right, Nick.
Thank you,
Later,
Branton.
everyone.
Applause
Yes,
for
thank
Branton,
you.
everyone. Thank you. All right, now we got rid of that guy. The real fun can begin. Jesse said, Nick not like drama? Never. I really don't. I could tell if I actually like drama, bro. I do a lot more bullshit. Not gonna lie. Okay, let me switch my camera thing real quick. Doop a doop a doop a doo doo. Give me 1 second. Da 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 boop 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 doop doo doo. Transition. Where is my camera? Here it is. Here I am in my tanks. All right, and then I'm looking for. Yeah, we can kind of. I'll look into the thing Brian mentioned, but like if there's any questions, anything you want me to jump into. You know, Jody wants to send me some imported bug buffet from Australia. You know, I might have to accept that offer. I'm gonna have to make a trade. I can't just. I just can't. I can't take advantage of my friends like that. I know I'm the broke one, but I still gotta pull my weight. All right. There we go. There we go. We're back. Barbara says, "Thanks, Branton." Yep, thank you, Branton, very much. I love Branton. He's such a chill dude, and he breeds so many different things. Is like very versatile. Also, I don't like having these springtail cultures on my desk right now. I gotta keep the fish stuff out of my room, so I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't really want my room to have this in it, but you know, it is what it is. Aquatic. How's everyone been doing? I feel like I haven't really checked in a while. Aquatic arts crayfish. Ah, okay. So, aquatic arts. If you guys aren't familiar, if you haven't purchased, Aquatic Arts is an online retailer. So I'm going into news mode as if I already did the research on the story. Watch this. Brand said now I can actually read the chat. Yeah, reading the chat while you're also streaming is a challenge, especially if you're like just on a phone. Aquatic Arts is an online retailer, and one of the things they're kind of known for is one, they sell a decent amount of what they call AA bread, Aquatic Arts bread stuff. So they're kind of known for like some decent Neocaridina lines, some Caridina lines, and some nano fish that they regularly breed and have available. But the other thing for me that they're kind of known for is they have a lot of cool crustaceans, crayfish. You know, when the freshwater, some of the freshwater crabs were first coming out, this is one of the few places you could buy them from, kind of thing. Nick, I had those springtails all over my fish room. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same way. But apparently, the crayfish fever has gotten them into trouble, and it's kind of crazy seeing a fish retailer that we're aware of in the news, and this is a crazy title. Two companies convicted of shipping invasive crayfish species to Wisconsin. Like convicted. Is Aquatic Arts a felon now? Like, Branton, what have you uncovered? All right, so this is written by Anne Marie Yanni, May 8th, 2025. This is pretty recent. 2 online vendors were convicted with penalties for shipping illegal invasive species to Wisconsin residents, businesses, and schools. This, bro, what in the world? What is all this dealing? They said it to houses, businesses, and schools. How many people are buying invasive crayfish? The State Department announced Wednesday. 2 suppliers of aquatic creatures were recently convicted for ignoring warnings. Okay, so they really fucked this up. Ignoring warnings from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources selling illegal invasive crayfish. In March and April, Aquatic Arts and Carolina Biological Supply were each convicted of 20 citations in Wisconsin County Circuit Courts. Crayfish species that are not native are illegal in the state. Oh, so like basically all all of them. Are you coming to the Bucks County meeting? What date is it? Bucks County Aquarius Society. I have a really busy June, so I think I'm only gonna make like one aquarium. Yeah, so it's on a Thursday. I can't do that. I got work, and I gotta pick up Jessica from the airport. So no. But I do know that that's the Garden of Eaters going to that one, so that would be a cool one to catch. But unfortunately, I'm not. I'm not able to make it. I did go to ACLC. That was pretty fun. I saw what you call it? Dean. I saw Dean talk. It was a good talk. He actually is given basically that talk on the Aquarium Co-op members thing. So like some of the stuff I had seen, but it's always nice in person. Like people can ask questions, so you kind of get more information, and then it's just I really recommend if someone's talking near you about something you're interested in, you should just go. I think it's worth it. It's a bit of a drive, but so far the ACLC meetings have been pretty worth the drive. I can't do it all the time, and this June is going to be one of those months where it's hard to drive far. So I have a bunch of stuff I'm gonna try and BAP breeder award points for the ACM meeting in June. If you guys are interested, I can go through my list and like break down points, or I could just show you the species I'm gonna try and BAP for June if you're interested. But I want to finish up this aquatic arts thing, but you kind of got me thinking about the club stuff now. But to answer your question, no, I'm not. I'm not going. Scotty asked, "Are you Jesse? Jesse, are you going to the meeting?" But yeah, okay. Crayfish species that are not native are illegal in the state of Wisconsin. Only native species can be possessed alive. So I don't understand how Aquatic Arts and Carolina Biological can mess this up. Like, that's basically every crayfish that Aquatic Arts has, I would assume, is not native to Wisconsin. Uh, Correct. Like I'm just gonna guess. I'm not an expert on crayfish, but so what with the 20 counts? Let me finish. They cause ecological harm. People buy them. A representative of Aquatic Arts says the company is under new ownership and was not involved with the shipment of restricted species. Oh, come on, bro. Give me a break. No one could take responsibility for anything. You own the company now. You're the only one that could take it. Doesn't matter if you were there or not when it happened. Your company still did this, and you're the one that owns it. How are you gonna say, "Oh, we're under new ownership. We're not involved with that," bro? Your company that you own did it. At the end of the day, you're the only one around to take responsibility. We take all environmental regulations seriously and have implemented strict safeguards to prevent the shipment of any species by state law. Carolina Biological did not even respond to requests for comment. I mean, from what I've heard about their customer service, not surprising. The 2 cases are some of the many DNRs uncovered since 2019 when Stroh said the agency began uncovering a large-scale trade of invasive species and quickly came to learn after overturning enough stones that it was widespread. Along with crayfish species, many vendors also ship fish and aquatic plants that are invasive. This guy does kind of like he hates the hobby in general. So that line, I mean, it is true. So I guess gotta take responsibility. Like technically, invasive invasive fish and aquatic plants are definitely shipped a lot, but still, he does seem like he kind of holds a grudge. We do the initial outreach to them, try to educate them, and I would like to say that most respond by changing their practice. Okay, so he's cool. But we found so far, after 5 years of doing this, only about a quarter of them actually start their practices of shipping the regulated or prohibited species across state lines. Oh my gosh. Okay. And then this last sentence really says it all. The state has 6 native crayfish species. So it's legal for you to sell any non-native crayfish species to Wisconsin alive. They only have 6 native ones, and Aquatic Arts has like 12 crayfish right now in stock and 52 species not currently in stock. So basically all the ones they sell is probably illegal there. So okay, there you go, Branton. That is what's going on with them. Jody said, off the bed. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night, Jody. Thanks for stopping by. Kind of winding down. Had a great talk with Branton. Just seeing what else I can kind of catch up on with everyone. Well, if you're in the area, I'm going to hopefully submit a bunch of fish to the ACM meeting in June. And if you want a preview, I'm gonna try and make it a good one because I have a lot of points to catch up. Night all. Barbara says night, Jody. Brent says thanks for that, Nick. I got a lot of points to catch up on. I haven't been submitting the fish the last few meetings, so I gotta come in with some heavy hitters. Okay, rainbow fish, that's 20 points. To BAP for ACM, you need to submit 4 fish that you raised up. So first, I'm gonna be bapping Pseudomygil luminatus, red neon blue-eyed rainbow fish. That's 20 points. Gourami are a lot of points. I'm going to be bapping sparkling gourami. I got a few fry of those I did just for bapping purposes. And if you give me 1 second, I'm actually going to pull up the points tracker for BAP. So I'm just going to, as I go, kind of be like, okay, how many points am I getting for this again? So yeah, I know I got 20 for the rainbow fish. If you go anabantoids, so I think the gourami should be in here, right? You got snakeskin gourami. I think they're in here somewhere. What's the sparkling gourami? Trichopsis pumila. Man, I really cannot. Trichopsis not in Class D. Okay, so 15 points for sparkling gourami, it looks like. So we're at 35. Okay, 35 points. I'm going to BAP my Aphysimian Hera. I should have some big enough. Yinzer Aquatic says, you popped up in my feed. Glad to see someone younger growing a channel with fish and live streaming. Hey, I really appreciate that, man. I'm going over. We just had a great talk with someone a lot more experienced than me, talking about fish foods and stuff. And now I'm kind of just going through for my local club the fish that I'm hoping to BAP in the June meeting, and seeing. I'm trying to get like 200 points. I got to catch up. We got a long way to go for Master Breeder, but we're gonna do some damage here. So BAP Aphysimian Hera. I got a good group of fry growing up. Should be old enough by then. I think I should be able to sex them soon. So killifish, Aphysimians are only 10 points. Oh, that's baloney, bro. That's total baloney. Well, okay, so we're at 45 points. Scotty the Fish Freak wins the meeting speaker I made last meeting, first one since like one of the very first meetings. Oh, how was the meeting? That was the one with all the plants, right? So one of the reason I'm going so hard for this meeting is because I want to support Chad. I don't know how to say his last name, but you might know Chad. Great guy, knows everything about fish. Shiny head. Um, yeah, Chad is speaking on live bearers and such, I believe. I've talked to him a little bit about his talk. I don't know. I can't give you a preview exactly what. I just know it's going to be. If you're into live bearers and stuff, and you want some super detailed information, this is going to be the talk for you. I, I've met a lot of very knowledgeable people. Chad is just one of the people. Every time I talk to him about fish stuff, I'm just like, bro, I don't know how you have all this. I don't know how you have all this information in your head. It's crazy, and it's not just fish. He knows a lot about plants, about but he's got like a billion isopods, a billion beetles, land snails. So yeah, Chad is going to be talking. I think it's gonna be about live bearers. I think he'll probably bring some cool fish, and because I really am into anything that Chad talks about, I'm like I'm gonna go crazy on the auction, submit as much as I can. So we'll do the after meeting. So at 45, I spent $79. I brought a lot home. My kind of meeting. Yeah, see, that's a good meeting. Oh, I'm gonna BAP Scarlet Baddis. I got a good amount of Scarlet Baddis growing up right now. I got two different spawns. I don't really have a full count, but I'll say I think I have at least 30. It's kind of hard to count because as they're growing and they're different sizes and they're in and out the plants and whatnot. But I said we're at 45. So Scarlet Baddis. We go to other fish. We got Scarlet Baddis for 20 points. Let's go. 65 points. Nick, let me get a pair. If I can sex some of them look like females, but like I just, it's hard to tell what age you can reliably sex them at. As of right now, I'm scheduled to work. Oh man, bro, you got to send the proxy bids in. That's what I always do. I always send those. I'm like, hey. I remember once my friend called me at the auction. He was on the phone like bidding. He was like, it's at 35. I'm like, go up 45. He was like, we're like bidding over the phone. Okay, so Scarlet Baddis is 20. That's awesome. We're at 65. What else can I BAP? Let me think. Oh, I can do the Procatopus. I've been having success with Procatopus similis. I definitely got 4 of those for sure. All right. Procatopus similis, and I think mine had the red tail moniker, but I don't know if that really means too much. So where is that? Killifish and ricefish. Procatopus is class C, so that's 15. So I think we're at 80 points. All right, 80 points. I'd really like to get a little higher. So I can do Pelvicochromis Pulcher. I don't think I BAP'd those yet. I have some of those, so I can do 4 of those. That's not going to be a lot of points, but yeah, 10 points. Okay, 90 points. I sometimes wonder how many points I would have. It sounds like you probably have a lot. Sounds like you would have a lot. I can do the Super Red Plecos, so that's Class B. So we're at 100 points. 100 points. Ooh. I can do the Beta Alba Marginata, the Strawberry Beta. I can definitely BAP those. I got a good amount of those. That's 20 points. We're at 120. And they're care species, so that's extra 5 points, 125. Now, this is if I catch them all in time for the meeting and bag them all. So this is speculative. No one hold me to this. If you're actually in the area and like counting, like, look, I'm going to try and do all these because I want to show out for my friend. But there is a margin of error here. So 125. I can do the least killies, so that's another 5 points. 130. I have not BAP'd like any live bearers. I don't feel like going through those right now because that just feels like I technically could like do 5 points here, 5 points there, but man, that sounds boring. I'm so close. I don't think I have 4, but I actually have some fry of the Infernal Tetra, I believe. I don't know if you guys know this one. It's kind of a weird fish. I bought it like I don't even know. I'm not really doing tetras too much. They've been spawning, but I had to set up an egg trap, but some fry actually seem to have made it. But I can't. I've only counted 3. I need 4. And I'm in a similar situation with Congo tetras. I don't know. I have some Congo tetras fry, but I don't know if they'll be um, big enough by then where I'd want to sell them. But it's a possibility. But I can't add them to the list. So we're still at 130. I know that's not all I got. Let me think. It all depends on if your local club is someone organizes sending BAP points. Now, oh, that's another thing. Chad, not only is he speaking, he also is the one that's running their BAP program. So that's another reason why I'm submitting a bunch to BAP, is because I'm also trying to support. Like, hey guys, this is BAP is really fun. Bro, is that really all I got? The problem is there's some stuff that it's just not gonna be big enough by then. Like I have fried some other things, but I just don't know if I'll be ready to part with them. Like I might have some Pseudomygil Gertrude. I might have 4 of those by then. That'd be another 20 points, but I kind of wanted to grow my population before letting go of any. I'm in a similar situation with some of the other rainbow fish. I might be able to do my rainbow cichlids. I got some fry of the rainbow cichlids. That should be 2 months by then. That's not gonna be too much though. Let me see. Rainbow cichlid. That's like header something. Nick, I got my diamond tetras breeding again. Collected eggs this time. Hey, nice. You were bringing those to the one auction I went to. Oh, not rainbow cichlid, not rainbow chick. This is yeah, hero tilapia. Hero tilapia. So where is that? Where is that over here? There should be a North American. Does anyone see the rainbow cichlid on this list? Help. Help. Oh, maybe it's old work. Yeah, old world. Okay, that's where it was. All right, so that's another 10 points for what, 140? I wish I had nanochromas fry. That would be nuts, but I do not. My problem is I always end up with 5 when we require 6. Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate that ACM made it 4, because, like, I do think, depending on if you're someone that's breeding a lot, then, and I hope to be someone that's breeding a lot where, like, 6 wouldn't be a problem. But, like, if you're still just starting out, still learning, like, 6 could be a lot, and if you're trying to build your population up still, but you still want to do BAP, 4 does give you a little bit of breathing space to be like, okay, I can give up these fry. You know what I mean? No one wants to be in a situation where they're like, I gotta bid back on these. I need them back. Oh my god. Branton, for us, very similar to Nixclis. It is per species and not different color strain. So we are able to do different color strains for some things, I think, but I forget how like strict it is. I could do some second gen stuff. Like I think I have second gen panda cories and all that kind of stuff. So like I could do those points and that would add up. The problem is like there's some things like I have Pelvicochromis tenuatus. I already bapped Drakenfelsi. The tenuatus I want to get another wave of fry from because I lost one of my OG males. So I have 1 male and 3 females. So I'm waiting to get another spawn from them because they just had a spawn. They had some fry, but the male got sick and I think they ate the fry. But I just entered like super breeding mode, so it's another kind of frustrating thing where it's like I'm about to have more fry of things. But okay, we're at 135 points. So it's not bad. I'm just trying to think of what else I'm forgetting that I should be putting in here. I could do second gen of the hill streams probably. I already bapped the baddest. I could do the Japan blues. So that'd be 5 points. I wish my thing worked because then I'd go into the other room and show you guys some of the stuff I've been working on. But I've been in like a very in infrastructure mode. I'm like setting up the pipelines so I can really start pumping things out. But the strawberry beta is one of the things I've been having a lot of success with, so I'm excited about that. And it is a care species, so I'm hoping I can keep them going. I just haven't been able to. Some of them have gotten like decent size, like one plus inches, but I can't tell if I'm just female heavy or if they're not sexable until a certain point. But I do need to. I need to spawn the sparkling gourami again. I could do second generation of the Elisoma gilberti probably. I don't. I don't have 4 of the red Centris ornatus. I don't have 4 of the Melatonania yet because I just haven't had time. I think I've bapped CPDs already. What's the second gen points about? So like you can get like 5 points for like if it's your second generation. So like you spawn them and then you raise those ones up and then you spawn those ones you raised up like. And then I haven't bapped any of the snails really, so I could bap like ram's horns. Oh, and I bred a wait. Put me up to 145 because I got the tang ties that I bred. So I got some Caridina shrimp up in there. And actually, the black pintos that I got from the PVAS auction are buried. And I'm expecting to see fry from them. Ornatus is next on my list. Yeah, this is a cool rainbow fish. Do you get second gen on Rav's Horns? I don't know if I'm gonna be that much of a degenerate. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny. But what do I get for my different species of isopods? I got another species of isopods, maybe. I don't know if I want to give those up yet, though. I had a bunch of them, and I messed up the filter. Like, I got a setback. I'll leave it at that. I could do some rice fish potentially, but I'm still trying to like work through my lines. So like, again, I really have to make a lot more fish before some of them I want to let go of. You know what I mean? Man, it's crazy looking at the species list and then being like, what do I even have? What do I even have? I need to get my red pencil fish. They've been seemingly spawning, but I just haven't had time. And then one of them got like a little thing of fungus on them randomly, like it hit itself. So I'm like, ugh, I need to fix that. That's an expensive fish. So hopefully I can get those going. But I definitely think I got males and females. I just haven't. The egg scattering stuff I'm still like getting into. So that's why the Congo tetras, it's nice. I got some fry from them because that was like a breakthrough for me. Like, okay, tetra. I can do tetras. The infernal tetra is like, okay, I can do some tetras. Now it's like, how do I get a lot of tetras all at once? And it's not just like, oh, I got a couple eggs here, I got a couple eggs there. It's all about the setup. Those auto collectors or egg traps, whatever, false bottoms. I just need to set it up. I do think there's a Limia I think maybe I could do. Man. I want to go into the fish room. Yo. I got the dwarf red Galar skin too. It's like I need to spawn. So that's the thing. It's like you got so many breeding projects and I need to optimize it because I want to make a lot of fish, but it's hard to make a lot of fish of all the fish you're working on. But if you guys are trying to get into killifish, right now is a pretty good time. Like there's some nice listings of killifish. Actually, there's a little less today than there was the other day. But there's regularly right now a decent amount of cool killifish being listed. It's like the one day that I come on and there's not as many. Man, bro, someone's got to teach these killifish people how to take some photos. This is ridiculous. I guess I should be lucky they even posted a photo because a lot of these people, they don't even post photos. But, yeah. I think that for killifish, I have the ones that I need to spawn. I need to get going, and I gotta do those before I can get any new ones. So right now, I got a bunch of fry from the Aphosimian Hera. That's good. Now I need to do the Ziphidus Creek Bollinger. I got the pair of that I need to do. I can't even. I got the Australia Gold Australs I need to do. So I can bap those. And then I got the Aphanius Minto. I just put a trio in a tank to spawn, see if they lay some eggs, and I'll take them out. This fish is kind of like if Elisoma were on steroids and cocaine. I always go to Aquabid to look at fish and quickly when I see the stupid ass. That's so funny. I like the second gen idea. Do you get credit for a second spawn from the original parents? I don't think you get credit for a second spawn of the original parents. I want to say, bro, are you for real right now? Does it say the? Okay, let me download the rule. Let me look at the rules document. That's a different PDF. But I think it is cool because my goal with most of the fish that I'm breeding, there are some fish that like I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm glad I don't have that fish anymore. I don't want to breed them anymore. But most of the fish that I get, like, I want to keep breeding them like as long as possible. You know what I mean? So it is nice to like reward multiple generations because it to me like encourages so it encourages continuing. So I think my goal, so to complete a class, how do I complete a class? So you got to do a certain amount of species in each class, right? So I guess a good goal for this year would be like advanced breeder. I can hit 200 points easy. I can complete 2 classes easy. To be master breeder, you got to complete 10 classes and have 600 points, and at least 2 second generation spawnings from any category. So this year, like, if I was really on top of it, I could complete killifish. I could complete rainbow fish, do a bunch of pseudomagills. Like I think I could complete a few classes, but so I'm looking at second generation spawns will be awarded an additional 5 points. An aquarium may then submit third generation and fourth generation spawns. Each generation of spawns must utilize fish that have been raised from the previous spawn. So I think in theory you could have like one parent be the original parents, but then they're spawning with one of the kids. What's the breakdown of ranks and point values? So basically, you got different classes. So all fish are divided into 12 classes. Each class is subdivided into 4-point groups: A, B, C, and D. Species in Group A is worth 5 points, Group B worth 10, C worth 15, and D worth 20. To earn points, the aquariums must spawn in their own tanks and then raise at least 4 fry to at least 30 days of age, and then auction off the 4 fry at a monthly meeting/ACM auction. See BAP chair if your fish usually has less than a 4 fry. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because some of the killifish people, like, 4 killifish is a lot, depending. Like, you usually sell them in pairs, so it's like you're having to put up 2 pairs, and that can really hurt if you're working with a fish with low production. And there's the whole conservationist angle of killifish, so you're hoping it goes to someone that's going to breed them. Okay, I think I actually could do Congo tetras then in this case, because I'll have 4 that are a month old by the next meeting, I think. What day are we on? Yeah. I think I can make that. I think I can definitely make that. So my goal would be next meeting to hit 200 points. You also can get points by writing spawning reports and submitting them, spawning report articles. So you can earn 10 points by submitting an article of 150 words to the publication in the monthly club newsletter. This is optional for classes A, B, and C. So if you do a D class thing, I guess you have to do So D class, you have to do an article with it. I may have actually failed to do this already. Whoops. Um, and you get 10 points. So if I do an article for everything I submit, I'll easily get over 200 points. So I guess I could just do that. 150 words, quick. What was your trick for Congos? So I mean, the Congos are spawning constantly. Um, I got some eggs. They're actually in a mop. They got stuck in the mop. I kind of tied the bottom of the mop so the eggs would stay in there. I think an auto egg collector probably could work with them. The problem is that my Congos are in with cribs right now, and the cribs, if you, they're very smart. They're I had them in there with I need another spawn from these guys. I don't know what's going on. None of my pairs are spawning for me right now, and I'm getting nervous. I'm like, bro, please, something could go tragically wrong. I need a bit more cushioning here. But these guys are very smart, and as soon as the Congos start laying eggs, they literally wait underneath to eat the eggs. But I got some from a mop. I think a egg collector work well. I'm gonna try adding more rocks and stuff. I think I could probably find a way to community spawn them in a tank that they weren't with cribs. Cribs are probably one of the worst fish that try and community spawn other fish in. I've unfortunately realized, especially if you have like more than one of them. If it's a pair, you can get away with some stuff. I have a colony of them, and the reason is they're just too damn smart. They're like little cats. They will go and they're sand sifters too. So like they get all the eggs, man. They get all the eggs. If it's in a mop, they'll pick through the mop. If it's in cracks and rocks, they really get in there. And then if they have babies, the babies are the same as the adults. And that's where the problem really is, because then they're herding the babies around. And if the adults can't get under the rocks where the eggs are, the babies can, and they will. They're like, I'm telling you, it's watching a bunch of cribs go around the tank and hunting down the eggs laid is just the most ridiculous. Like, they're like one of the most ridiculous fish. I love them. Breeding stuff in the same tank of them is a pain in the ass. So my trick for Congos, I have no trick. I just think they just seem to spawn all the time, like over plants, high and low. I think that there's a lot of fish that I think would like to spawn high up. So like if you had like a platform with moss high up, I think Congos might be one of those. So I do want to make like a little platform. I've never done cribs similar. Yeah, they're a lot easier than Apistos in general. I I like them better than Apistos. Um, Now I've had some bad luck with them recently, so I'm like a little. But I've had worse luck with Apistos. I find them to be better parents, and so far for me at least. Um, Depending on which species, they're a bit more social too. Like the Drachenfelsai, where they're from, they're found in high densities. So I do keep them as kind of a colony, and they can kind of breed that way if you have enough space. I have them in a 40 breeder. Tristan had a sweet pair I thought about picking up today. Yeah, that's a great crib. Is that a Teniatus? Or is that one of the? Maybe you didn't spell it right. Maybe I didn't spell it right. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, that's the Teniatus. Teniatus najane. It's a nice fish. It's a nice fish for sure. I'm trying to find a better photo because that's terrible. Teniatus. All the Teniatus ones are like some of the prettier ones. Like they really are this kind of shiny. The females almost have like an oil slick situation with them. Very yellowy. The Drachenfelsai, I'm definitely like biased because I got my wild caught pair and I got my F1s, and I really want to get some more spawns so I feel safe. Also, this is like they have an interesting water that kind of uh matches my water in a way. So they live in actually really acidic water, but it's actually black water. So this is a crib that actually lives in black water, because of all the plants and stuff decomposing. But I believe that it's actually relatively like still have some hardness to it, just because of how the water is there. So it's like all these decaying plants and stuff, but there's still some hardness in the water. I just gotta find a good information source. Because when I was reading it, I was like, wait, they're in Blackwater, but they're a Blackwater crib, but you don't have to keep them in Blackwater though. It's just something a little bit different. Anyways, the Teniatus I have, they were sold to me as Lobe. I talked to some guy at the Clash that was the crib expert speaking, and he was all like, this is clearly a Czech hybrid because of the spot on the collar. He like said all this stuff. So maybe there's some hybrid Teniatus or something, but he was like, if it's from the Czech Republic, it's a hybrid. I'm like, okay. I really can only go off what it was sold to me as at the store, but I like cribs. Now, Apistos definitely look good, so what am I going to say? But Nanochromis, I think the Nanochromis, especially this one, I just got Nanochromis transvestitis, and it does look just like this all the time. And I have it behind me too, although that photo is not color corrected. That photo was like right after I got them and put them in the tank. And I think the Nanochromis is another West African cichlid that deserves more love, up there with the Apistos and stuff. They're shaped so differently than the cribs. They really are like long, and they kind of have like that pike effect where you can tell they're like darting in and out of the rocks and stuff. What was the correct spelling on the one I said? It was I think it was Njane. Jesus. I believe. Yeah, Njane, Njane, Njane. Yeah, it's a nice fish, and they're a good community cichlid too. They can get a little territorial when spawning, so like you definitely want them to have space, but like they don't really like go crazy and kill stuff. In my experience, I've kept a lot of things with them when they've had babies. But yeah, the Nanochroma splendens, I have these, and what's so funny, they look so funny. Like their faces are hilarious, but what doesn't stand out in a still picture as much as when they're moving is this like red eyeshadow, this like highlighter that they got here. Like they just look like they're wearing makeup on their eye. And like my girlfriend Jessica, she's like really good with eyeshadows, and she always does like fun looks. So it just kind of reminds me of like I've grown an appreciation for that kind of stuff. So I'm just like, man, the fish really put their face on today, man. I like the look, and I feel like the other Nanochromis also kind of have that. So I have them, and then I got the Nanochromis Perilous, and they've been a little bit more. The Splendens have been relatively outgoing. Another thing about these fish is they move so fast. Like, you know, the cribs, they can kind of teleport when they want to go super fast. These Nanochromis, you can tell they're darting in and out of rocks. They're in the river. They're fighting for survival. They're moving so freaking fast all the time. Now, these guys are a little bit bigger and beefier than my Nanochromis are, but they do look very cool. So I got those, the Splendens, and then the transvestitis. And I swear to God, if I don't successfully breed all of them, I'm gonna kill myself. I think that's kind of a reasonable response, if you ask me. Speaking of which, I forgot I should be able to BAP the Rolafi. If I just moved the tank, I need to turn the air back on. It's like a 7-gallon cube, and it's just a minute. So like I'd moved it and I unhooked the air up, so they're fine. They're fine, but yeah, I should be able to do these. See, I think we can get to 200 points. I just want to be in the lead. That's basically it. And I'm really only competing against Aaron. We kind of have a friendly competition. I got to get ahead of him. It's the only option, or he's going to be laughing at me for years. Years and years. And also, June will mark 2 years of me being in the hobby. So I won't be able to say I've been in it less than 2 years. So I really got to 2 years. Like, what do I have to show for it? If I can't bring some nice fish, like, honestly, going through this list, I'm kind of like, man, this is it. I got to get my shit together, man. Like, I'm not doing good. I got to breed some more fish, man. I'm getting a group of pseudo. You really want me to read this? Really, Jesse? I'm going to call you Jesse, by the way. I know that they keep saying Jesse, too. Brighton Lightcap. He says 2 years? Question mark? Question mark? What? You thought it was 6 months, right? You're like, this guy's clueless. It's 2 years? This is all you bred? I know, bro. I gotta get like you. You're like, yeah, I just took 100 fish to the consulate last week. I'm taking 500 tomorrow to my local market. Bro, I left a minto in there. Nicole pseudocrinolabus nicolesi. Oh, these are cool. What? Mouth. I was gonna ask, cause that sounds like a mouth brooder to me. Let's see what does Seriously Fish have to say. It inhabits ponds, creeks, and drainage ditches, where it's usually found around the banks or among stems of aquatic plants. Okay. Maternal mouth brooder, the breeding aquarium, blah, blah, blah. Male form of territory. Got a pit. Rarely seen in the hobby. A stunning but pugnacious little fish that nevertheless, well, we're seeking out. Some males develop long extensions to their ventral fins. How big did they get? 3.4 inches. That sounds like a nice fish. No, I was going to say you seem well off for only 2 years. Jesse said very well off for 2 years. Well, you guys are very kind. You guys are very kind. I feel like I had Chad come over because I just been like really struggling with this mystery illness in 1 or 2 tanks. And I was just like, man, I just feel like I'm fucking up. Like, I look around, I'm just seeing failure. Like, I don't have enough fish. And he's like, look, I'm seeing lots of successes. He's like, you got the betas, you got scarlet batis. He's like, there's a lot of things people have issues with that you're, getting some fry from. And he's like, but it's the easy stuff that you're struggling with. And, long story short, that conversation is like why I've been really going hard on like organizing the fish room, setting up more species only tanks and stuff, just really focusing in. That's why I haven't been buying any more fish. I want to be able to be like Mr. Branton and just be like, yeah, I got 20 of these, I got 50 of these. Because Aaron, he says he's a fry counter. So it's like, breeding sub stuff is cool, but like I want to have like 40 fry. I don't want to have like 5 fry. You know what I mean? So we'll get there. We'll get there. But I just want to keep improving. Basically, I want to feel stagnant. So, and especially with the killifish, I definitely feel a lot of pressure, like to figure out how to get the numbers of those up, because some of those fish, it's like I had just came into the hobby and like just kind of started. The first meeting I ever went to was a Mid-Atlantic killifish meeting, and like I met Clay and he was really nice and I didn't know anything. That was my first club meeting, and like I never even got to like really talk to Clay. Just a few interactions. It was so funny. He just knew so much, and like we always bid on the same things at ACM, so like it was like a little rivalry. And I was kicking myself when he passed away, because I was like, man, like I go to his I go to the auction they did at its estate of all the fish stuff, and it's all so much. And since then, other killifish people have passed away, and you just when you go to the places and you see how much work they've dedicated to the hobby, and especially like a specific species of killifish, and then you're faced with how if you don't step up and figure out how to get your shit together and breed it, like there's not too many people left, to take the place. So it's like I I feel a lot of pressure with the killifish fish stuff, especially because that was my first meeting, and I've already seen people I looked up to pass away and the hole be created, and I'm like, okay, well, I I gotta I gotta step up. I gotta keep these things going. So I think that is when you say you could tell you take the hobby seriously. That's one thing that I do definitely feel seriously. Like even if one day I like stop doing the hobby, I want to be able to look back and be like, but I made 200 Aphysimian hairs and sent them off. Um, Big Steve, he bought a pair of Elisoma Gilberti from me. He's got fry from them already. I want to experience that with more things like the killifish and stuff, so I can feel like, okay, I'm really like making a difference as far as spreading things. So I guess I've done a little bit of that, but yeah, that's one thing I'm focused in on. Really would like to get some more Scarlet Baddest females out there. So hopefully my spawns, I got a good amount of them. But yeah, gonna be 2 years officially, and I wanna have something to show for some progress. Unless someone runs into you at an auction, then you look lost trying to label the bags. Yeah, I'm a mess, bro. Although the last ACLC meeting, I had everything bagged before I got there. I'll say that, but I didn't. Fish holding eggs looks so funny, bro. It looks like they got like tumors. That looks so uncomfortable. Okay, so I do want to get in. You can pause. I want to get into the fish room, but let me see. So for the people still here, I'll telegraph some of my next moves. Should have another interview stream this week. Thursday, hopefully. That should be a good one. We're just gonna talk fish. I'll wait until it's confirmed before I like post name or whatever. I do have a confirmed one on the 27th as well. So we should have one on the 27th and on Thursday. And the 27th will be a stream about isopods, actually. And that one's going to be with Let's Scope It Out. I think I can say that because that's confirmed. Let's Scope It Out. And we're going to both live stream with our cameras and look at our different isopod species. So he's actually in the UK, so he's got like some different microfauna and isopod species. And he's got like his microscope set up, and also his camera is like, it's on a giant robot that he made, that he controls the camera with like a remote, and it like floats around the tank in a circle. It's ridiculous. The dude is incredible. But you can see he gets a lot of really nice like up close footage. But we're gonna do it live. So that should be the 27th, and then Thursday should be another one, and I'll wait for that to be confirmed. You never know if I say who I'm going on stream with too far ahead with the fish mafia might try and shut me down. It might try and shut me down. So I'll wait until that was confirmed. Oh my gosh, bro. That shit was so silly. That shit was so silly. The PFAS check thing, it did end up aging pretty badly for all the people gaslighting in those comment sections. I did get my letter the other day, my check finally. It was processed on May 20th. Supposedly they were sent out on May 13th. The post complaining about it was on May 12th. I'm having a hard time believing the post office lost 7 different people's checks in the mail for that long, because several other people also got their checks the same day as me. So it's kind of hard to believe that it would take them that long to, 9 days to process a letter. But I mean, I guess it's possible. It doesn't really matter that much. The drama was really just, the gaslighting and not taking responsibility, I guess. But people did seize that as an opportunity to try and paint me as a villain. And I mean, I definitely was overwhelmed at first, like the few days after. Like I did my response, I felt good about that. A few days after, I was like, man, I'm like seeing all the people commenting that I don't even know. So it's like, whatever, I don't care. But it was definitely like not a great feeling. But then like I go to the meetings, I'm talking to everyone. Like there's not a single person that I care about, that I'm cool with, that acted any differently, that cared. Um, and I was like, okay, this is just some small group of antisocial, chronically angry and online people who I don't even know. Like the person that made that post, I don't even know who they are. So, um, it's hard for me to feel too personal about it, because it really hurts a lot more when someone you like are cool with says something bad about you. When it's someone that you've like basically never met, it doesn't really hit the same. But it still was bad to like, you know, see a bunch of people hating me online. Now, if you want to get into conspiracy theory stuff, I have plenty of that. People, there's a lot of weird stuff behind the scenes that happens. You know what I mean? And there's definitely a group of people conspiring against me. It sounds so crazy, and like I'm a channel with like no subscribers, in the grand scheme of things. But like, I don't know what they think my influence is. Like my little stream about Bucks County, like almost no one in the area saw that. It, my thing about talking about the PVAS checks, like no reputations is getting ruined. That's like the thing that was so funny. But now that I'm the villain, it's like you've. It's like before no one would have even known. Now it's like everyone's like, wait, what's going on? You'll run into them eventually. I mean, maybe, I don't know. No one talked to me at ACLC. Um, Lonnie threatened me with legal action on behalf of Fish and Friends. I thought that was kind of weird. Uh, he was like, said that him and Blake talked to a lawyer, and that the lawyer could Google Fish and Friends and his name every day to see if I mentioned them on the internet. And then it seemed to be implied that if I did so, there would be legal consequences, which is kind of funny because one of the things that I got into a beef about with ACM was that I was calling them out for bad excuses for not doing Fish and Friends for the group order. So like I've only ever said great things about Fish and Friends. In fact, Big Steve got some galars from them today, which is just cool. How could I say anything bad about a store that's bringing him galars? Like that's awesome. So it definitely kind of came out of nowhere, but that's why I say like, there's bad actors spreading some kind of crazy thing about me, because I don't know why everyone's hiring lawyers. Like I don't know what they think I'm saying or doing. It's kind of crazy. But in theory, the cease and desist should be in the mail to me right now, because I said Fish and Friends and Lonnie. So, um, if I stop streaming, it's because I'm in the penitentiary. I'm in the penitentiary. Okay, let me stop. Some people have no life, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, some people are more invested into things Um, when you're more invested in something than someone else, and they come in, they start interacting with it, I understand why someone would be extra defensive. Um, just sometimes people take these a little too far. Once you talking up fishing friends, pushing for a group buy, yeah, that's why I got put on trial the first time. Also, that's another thing. Like, so they're talking about like libel and suing me. Like, so Callie's post, like, I actually went to school for like communications, and I took a few media law classes, and it's really hard to prove libel and defamation, right? Um, there's a bunch of different standards, and what libel is, it's written, right? So libel is written defamation, basically, and then I think defamation encompasses both libel and slander is spoken defamation. Now, what's difficult is you have to prove 5 different aspects of defamation. So, one, to be found guilty, you have to have said something that wasn't true. You have to have communicated the statement. You have to actually prove that the defamatory statement substantially hurt your reputation or whatever. You have to prove fault. So that was like, malicious or just extreme negligence. And then I think the 5th one is just so anyway, the point is you have to prove all 5. You know what I mean? And it's false statement of fact. So if I say, I feel like this seems to be a little bit sketchy, if XYZ, then that would be financial mismanagement or whatever. That's not defamation. I would have to say, I know for a fact that you are doing something illegal. This is exactly what it was. So then you have to prove that I said something not true. Then you have to prove that it actually damaged your reputation, which they never be able to do because it hasn't. But besides the fact, I don't even know why I'm going into the details of that. But I'm just saying I understand what all that stuff is. That's why I do not care, because I've already been operating on this platform in the sense I understand defamation and libel. So I've never stated anything as a fact that could be false. I only state things as facts that I know are facts, and I'll say things like it's my understanding or I think that. So I don't really state things as facts to begin with anyway. But I brought that all up to say that Callie's post is actually libel. I think I have a much better case for suing her for that post than them suing me. Because first of all, a lot of the things she said are easy to prove to not be true. For instance, she said that I accused clubs of financial mismanagement. They had to blah blah. Well, the own club she's talking about put me on trial and said that I was fully acquitted. So her statement is extremely misleading and untrue because I was found innocent of all those things. There's no proof that I've ever done that. The second element, the statement's communicated to a third party. She posted on Facebook. Several people saw it, shared it. Aquarium co-op employees even. What motivation would they have to hit on me? I don't know. Damage to reputation. It definitely damaged my reputation. I have screenshots of a lot of the comments, the people sharing it, the likes and things like that. There are people definitely not rocking with me after that for sure. I could definitely prove it damaged my reputation. Fault, negligent and malicious. Definitely, I could easily prove all those things. And identification, it has to be clear the statement was reasonably understood to be about me. She tagged me and actually tagged a bunch of other people too and accused them of things that weren't true. So Callie's post, funnily enough, fits all 5 elements of defamation. So I'm just saying that with some people, every accusation is a confession. I would never defame anyone or any organization. I only want to see clubs succeed. some people though are operating extremely bad faith and doing the exact thing that they're accusing other people of doing. So that's just what they went over. Uh, Beat cover creations, bro. I have betta fries of approximately 20 days old. Can I add apple snail to their tank so it can eat the uneaten food? Yeah, yeah, man. The snail is not gonna hurt your beta fry. I usually do keep some kind of like shrimp or something in there for that purpose. Why would they hire a lawyer? Some people like burning money, I guess. Lonnie said their lawyer was on retainer, apparently. I don't know if Blake from Fish and Friends was actually in on this, or again, I like Lonnie. I think he's being fed bad information. I have no idea what he believes I've said or done for him to send me that message. Branton, I stand with Dick too. All this is horseshit. Yeah, I really don't know. Barbara, it honestly, it's a lot of local club drama. Like it all boils down to basically like, I disagree publicly with people, and it really upsets them. Okay, some people aren't happy that I just talk about going to club events and I give my honest opinion on stream. Um, they got mad. They got mad about that. Now, what they don't understand is, and I think some of you guys can back me up on this. Like, first of all, I say way more positive things. Well, I just went through and spent like 45 minutes talking about the Breeder Awards program. You know what I mean? Like, it's something people do. A lot of people casually like they want to know more about. They don't already know about. Like, every time I talk about a club, good or bad, it's gotten people interested in clubs in general. You know what I mean? And if people are really interested in like growing the hobby and gaining a new generation, and like, you got to bring this information to platforms where people are. So I like to talk about going to clubs and stuff, because people that don't have clubs near them or people that haven't gone to clubs can hear about it, and a lot of people usually get interested and they might go to their local club. Or if they're local, I've had some people that have come to my local clubs because they heard me talking about it and they were interested. So I think that's one thing, is like, you shouldn't be afraid of opinions, because just because someone gives an opinion doesn't mean everyone that watches it is even going to agree. You know, people are pretty good at filtering through stuff. And if I say, oh, this one event could have been run better in these ways, but I still had a great time, the takeaway is going to be, oh, I should check out a local club meeting. You know what I mean? Nick disagreed publicly that black worms were S tier. I immediately was offended and called my lawyer. Except I'll catch fire with Nick. We local. Yeah, I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble. I know that anyone associated with me is on the blacklist. I gotta be responsible. You state your opinion. That's it. You're allowed your opinion. Well, that's how I would feel as well. Um, we're dealing with people that are saying they'll sue me if I mention their name online, which, I mean, that's what you want to spend your money on. And I guess we can work on that when the case is dismissed. Just run me my lawyer fees. I get it. I was in a koi club that got upset if anyone wanted to do anything differently than they had, and they complained they couldn't keep membership up. I wonder. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, like, it's people very resistant to change, and I think if they really wanted stuff to grow and things like that, then they would listen and not be afraid. Dissenting voices and opinion is good for growth. It can be painful, but usually when you go back and forth, you end up in a better position. As long as everyone is in good faith trying to actually improve the situation, then I think that discourse is a good thing. Now, if I was a bad faith person that did just want to see everything burned down, then I would agree that it's like, bro, you're just trying to. But I haven't even really said, I haven't even been rude. So it's just kind of like, it's kind of like you said with the koi club thing. It's just, people, they just get a little bit nervous sometimes. Man. Being the S tier black worms, I mean, If I can get them going like you had in that one thing, then I might have to agree with you. Seeing them travel to that dish was just crazy. I gotta make a video on the dwarf red galars, cause, or I guess I just call it blue galars. I really want to do the low collection point, man. I had a pair and they blew up on me. But let me get the dwarf reds going again. Is there any video of? Yeah. Oh, what? That's a terrible. 3 months ago. 3 months ago, and this looks like it's on VHS. What? Yeah, this is why I gotta make some more videos, man, because some fish have not been given enough footage on here. All right, any last questions, comments, or concerns? I actually start feeding all over the tank in fear they want to get food, and quickly found out they move pretty fast. Yeah, the blackworms move fast. They move fast as hell. They move fast as hell. Man, I actually did miss streaming. I could talk forever. I need to I'll fix the fish room Wi-Fi soon, and then I can start streaming out there. Because I definitely want to be able to like walk around, show what I've been working on. Shout out to Branton for coming in and chatting. If you guys like him, I'll bring him on again soon. We'll just talk, man. My poor paramecium culture was smelling not good today. I think I got too warm. Good thing I have a second culture in a cooler area. What do you like to feed paramecium cultures? So I actually don't have any paramecium cultures right now, but Poo Bird, who just typed good stream, thank you. They are really into culturing paramecium, and I'm trying to remember what they feed them. It's not the rice, is it? Make sure everything in your fish room is within arm's reach. Yeah, man, I can't live up to your unrealistic standards, bro. If I really got my shit together, I'd stream again tomorrow. But I had to get my room together in a way where I can actually be proud of it. I'm ashamed of myself. I have not made enough fish. Goodness. Paramecium cultures, I feed apples and spirulina powder, Brian says. Always a good stream, buddy. Maybe I'll come on one of these one day with you. Oh, that would be dope. That'd definitely be dope. I'd love to do. What's it like being old McDonald and having old McJesse at a farm? No, I would love that. I love to do that. I do need to come up and visit your place and do like a fish room tour or something, or just hang out, honestly. I forget where exactly you are. I feed them one leaf. Wow. Okay, there you go. Paramecium, one leaf. You can give them oats or rice or fish food. The Medaka fry, love it. I was trying cooked barley. The lady I bought from used cat kibble. Ah. You see, you and Putu, you guys got something because she also does Medaka. Hell yeah, always busy at the farm. I'd love to have you over here. Okay, we're definitely going to have to do that. Let me figure out when, but yeah, I'm glad you said that because we'll definitely have to do that. I'm hoping to talk to a lot of people. Like, I caused so much drama, right? Well, I'm not going to say I did, but I was involved in so much drama that I wanted to make sure the next few streams, like, we're talking about fish and bringing some people on talking about fish. Unfortunate, though, I'll blacklisted in the process, but I'm in Quakertown, PA, probably 3 hours north. Yeah, okay. Because, see, I go to Harrisburg relatively often because that's where Jessica's from. So maybe sometime when I'm already halfway there, or next time I drive to one of these damn meetings. Thanks, Putu and Brandon. I'll try those next. You're welcome, Bart. See, look at that. Look at that. I do. I need to start. I'll put the Discord, the In My Tanks Discord link in the descriptions of these lives more often, because I do want to make the In My Tanks Discord a bit more of a thing. I'll put the link in here, but I do want it to become a place we can kind of continue these chat conversations and stuff. And then people like Putu Bird, like, they can connect with you in the Discord. And I was already blacklisted from the initial reaction stream. That's true. I mean, like I said, it was nice going to meetings and like, okay, we're fine. We're fine. Sometimes with the internet, some things feel like a lot bigger than they are, and you just have to remember like the internet is not real life. You know what I mean? Um, at the same time, I learned like, uh, again, I'm a pretty small channel, but a lot of people were really nice, really supportive, and even already I'm learning like the responsibility of just like, listen, I'm not trying to go to war with anyone. Everyone calm down. You know what I mean? Like the last thing I want to do when I'm getting like, as some would say, bullied or harassed or whatever, the last thing I want to do is become the exact thing I'm complaining about and go and bully someone else. So it's like I'm not gonna go out of my way to like fight with these people or anything like that. You know what I mean? Unless it's a company. If a company wants to start harassing me, then it's on. I got time. I'm making content every day. I'm making content every day. Yo, Jeff Bezos. I could make content about eBay. I had some terrible experiences selling on eBay. I definitely, as soon as you can, if you want to sell fish and stuff online, eBay is definitely a great way. But as soon as you can, get a website going, man. It's so freeing. It's so freeing. I love having a website. I don't have to deal with some of the scam artists that come across on some of these selling platforms. I like to hear about the eBay stuff. Just basically like on eBay is very easy if someone doesn't like you to harass your store. Buy things, cancel them, buy things, force a return. Like eBay customer service like is horrendous. And they're gonna side with whoever. So I got scammed like twice, and I took all my listings off of eBay. What server do you use to make your web store? So there's definitely a lot of options. So I'm not even saying I use the best one. I use Squarespace right now, and they have a e-commerce thing that I do through them. There's some other plugins, but that you can do. But I just use Squarespace. Some people use like Shopify. I say just keep it simple. You just need like honestly, people still use Aquabid. The bar is low. You just need a site where you can buy things. You know. So I've been trying not to like overthink it. Really, it's like I haven't really listed too much besides isopods and a few other things, but the long weekend really messed up my shipping. I did start a fun thing recently. I started in my blog, and this is basically just going to be like a little place I can do my updates and dumps. I think I'll do some breeding reports here. I'm not trying to make it like a huge, this is just more like a personal, like, oh, I'm just going to write some stuff here. And I finally made like a FAQ page just on some shipping stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm keeping it simple. I'm not overthinking it. Maybe one day I'll do something fancier, but this has been working for me. So, but it's nice. Just it does feel freeing, and it is more satisfying. Like getting reviews on your own site. It's kind of cool. Sometimes people have been leaving like comments when they buy stuff, and that's a new thing for me. It's definitely a new thing. It's not too bad. Get Gills had to full. Oh, it's too bad. Get Gills had to full. There's not enough traffic. Yeah, and did anyone in here use Vivi when it was a thing for like 2 seconds? Like Vivi seemed kind of promising. It was like a similar thing, like a hobbyist bred fish selling platform. But I think they like ran out. There's some kind of mismanagement. They blew up pretty quickly. Dan couldn't keep running it at a loss, but it was nice. Yeah, get Gills. I mean, the only issue, I'll be honest, I'm so new, so like I didn't really experience good Gills. But the only issue with it when I did go there was just that it looked like a shittier version of Dan's Fish's selling page. probably some SEO optimization that probably could have been nice. No, too quick. Yeah, Vivi like blew up very quickly. Um, that was sad. I wish I understood band because people do a lot of stuff on band, but like I haven't been able to understand band. So, Squarespace, how much does it cost? I think it depends. There's like different tiers and stuff. Um, it's got to be like 20 to 40 a month or something like that. It's got to be. I don't know what to compare it to, like Shopify, but so you got all your different payment methods and what kind of features you want to have and stuff like that. What kind of integrations you want to have available. But yeah, I say keep it simple. Do something like a Squarespace, like a Shopify, Wix. I know Shopify it basically just exists to build you a quick website to sell stuff on. You can understand Discord, but not Band. Band doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, Band is not user friendly. Discord is just chat rooms. Yeah, I can understand that. Band is like, I don't really get it. I'll be honest. You can also tell like, I'm getting fatigued. So, you know, I can say anything right now. Let me see what's new on Wetspot real quick while I'm here. I'm not buying. What the hell is this? They got some weird, ugly fish right now. Lake Mawali. A redfin hap. These look like all the fish that go for $1 in the auctions. That's all I'm seeing. This is kind of a cool little fish. What the hell? Looks like it got like a beak. It's on a big sale already. It's on the new fish list. They already hit the sale on these things. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these are looking kind of mid. Yeah, these I need to get fried from these guys. Please. What? Nissan, I thought these were $200 fish. Did Nissan have that orange fin thing? Maybe the $200 fish is like a specific location point. I do want to do Geophagus in a show tank situation one day. Black Rams, I don't really get the appeal of. I think the normal ones look better. But it's cool. Got some plecos. Man, can we... Congos. Red Congo Tetra. Okay. Alistopatersius Picardi. Yeah, you know what you're just going to have to take my word for it. 54 a Congo Tetra down to 45. It's a steal. 45 a Tetra. How could you even resist? So Shopify basically, how all these things work, right? You have website builders. So Squarespace is a website builder, but they also have their marketplace integrations if you need to sell stuff, like accounts, shopping carts, and things like that. But, you build your website. It's really easy. They got templates, all that stuff. Shopify is a commerce platform, but they do a web builder as well. I'm trying to think of a fish store that's powered by Shopify. Maybe it's Aquatic Arts. Let me see. But yeah, so basically you got the website builder. Shopify and Squarespace both build websites, but then you need something as the integration so they can process like all the payments. So can people pay with PayPal? Can they do pay for later? Can they make accounts and log in? You know what I mean? And they have different tiers depending on what kind of features you need and stuff like that. So like I can buy my labels through my website and stuff just like I would on eBay or something like that. I buy my labels through there. I can accept all the payment methods I need to. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. So Aquatic Arts, this is powered by Shopify. So if you look at the bottom of a lot of sites, you can see what they use to make it. and you see at the bottom of Aquatic Arts, you see powered by Shopify right here. So at the very least, for their payment, like checking out in the cart and stuff, they're using Shopify. And most likely, they built this website on Shopify, but I mean, it's possible they built it with something else, but usually they just built this in Shopify, which is like really easy. Anyone can build a website using Squarespace or Shopify. It's like they make it so easy. I mean, this isn't exactly the most complicated site ever. And if you go, what's another site? Let's think. Aquahuna. I can't see the bottom. So they powered by Shopify. So Aquahuna uses Shopify as well. Yeah, some of the sites they can process the taxes and all that. They'll process the taxes based on state and all that kind of stuff. Barbara, I've never been on Band or Bandcamp either yet. Are those different things? Or are they the same thing? So yeah, if you're curious, if you're like, I like this store, I want to go, I want to see what they used to build it. No one is writing CSS. Okay, we're doing these website builders. There's no reason to write this code anymore. But if you go to the bottom, a lot of people still have the powered by. Tristan's Fish, I'm not seeing. Now, obviously, if they accept like Shop Pay or whatever, it's through Shopify, right? So that's another way that you could probably tell. Let's do what's another fish store? Imperial Tropicals. Bandcamp is a silly old "You're Too Young" old movie. I'm also not a movie person, really. I haven't seen a lot of stuff. Okay, so Imperial Tropicals site by Brand Pilot. Okay. And that took us to Shopify. You get the point. You get the point. But if you're like, oh, I want to make my own website and stuff, like you'll see a lot of sites that sell fish use these same platforms. The more you know. Okay, can I think of another fish site that I can look at? I feel like I don't remember any fish sites all of a sudden. What's the one that's not Aquatic Arts, but it's also like, I feel like it has a similar vibe, but it's not Aquatic Arts. Oh, Flips Aquatics. That's such an interesting association I have in my head with that. Powered by Drive Social Media. Okay. The things people pay for, man. The things people pay for. Moonlight Aquatics. Oh. Moonlight Aquatics. That's a good one. I'm going to say this is probably Shopify because it's got a rewards thing. Yep. Powered by Shopify. I fucking knew it. Yeah, Shopify is a good one. I use Squarespace because I've built a bunch of websites in Squarespace. So it's just a comfort zone. I've done Shopify too. I didn't really look at the price breakdown too much. I don't know which one to go for. But I would say Shopify is clearly a safe bet since pretty much every site we've looked at uses it. Let's go with he's not a movie person. No, I'm really not a movie person. You know what's funny? There's some things that you realize about yourself, and you talk to your parents, and they're like, "Yeah, like you never." I said to my parents, I realized like I'm not really a movie person. They're like, "Yeah, you never liked movies that much when you were a kid." I mean, I remember watching a lot of movies over and over, but like my dad was like, "Yeah, you never really been a movie person, ever, like ever." You know. I blame movies. I just think that a lot of movies, the writing is like insulting to my intelligence. You know, I'm really into plot and stuff, and you know, I like doing the deep dives. When I'm into a series, like I'll be in the Wikipedia for it and stuff like that. You know, I was a big Star Wars fan, so like a lot of movies, I'm just like, man, you're wasting my time. I like TV shows. That's what I like because I feel like they have more time to tell the story. The movie is just, to me, it's not enough time. It's not enough time. The story is always compromised, almost always at least. There are some really nice movies. Any Princess Bride fans? Princess Bride is an example, in my opinion, of a fantastic movie. I think that is exactly what a movie should be. I'm a documentary buff. I can respect that. I can respect that. I like things that give me knowledge about the world. You know, that's true. A good movie is rare, especially, yeah. I think right now, especially, like, movies are horrendous. As you wish. Yeah, I think The Princess Bride is a really solid movie. Like, it's funny. The story is like whatever it needs to be. You know what I mean? It's a decent story. It's kind of a hard one. It's not complicated enough to really where you're like, what? This doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's too fun to really be thinking like that. Um, but like, even like the Marvel movies have been like mid. You know what I mean? And there was definitely some big logic like in the Avengers Endgame. Like, I remember watching that in the first few minutes. I'm just like, wait, so it's been like 3 years. You guys just decided to run the detection for this extremely unique radioactive frequency that all the Infinity Stones give off, like, and it happens in the first 5 minutes of the movie. You just decided to do this so the plot could continue. I'm like, get this out, bro. You insulted my intelligence. Get out of here. This doesn't make any sense. Movies are done by accounted streaming companies now, are where movies were 30 years ago. Yeah, like I said, I like TV shows. I don't watch a ton of them, and I watch mostly these days reality TV shows because it's low stakes. Um, I don't really like watching true crime stuff anymore. I used to like, all the cop shows and stuff. I really don't like things that are too real. I just want to watch something dumb. Reality TV shows are fun because I enjoy watching them with uh, Jessica. And, you can play little games like we'll like draft if it's like a competition thing. We'll like draft teams at the beginning of all the contestants, and then whoever's won makes it all the way to the end, like, wins. Like, there's a lot of stuff with that where you can like talk during it and add to the show as you're watching it. That I think is fun with some reality TV shows. Oh, come on, bro, the Great British Bake Off. Let's go. We're cooking. Screw TV, YouTube for the win. I mean, that really is like, I paid for YouTube Premium for the first time the other month, and I didn't pay for it this month, but I might have to go back because I did the trial, and YouTube is so unusable without Premium, man. That's the only thing. It's like the ads are ridiculous. Like, I just got ads enabled for my channel, and I don't even have an option for live streams to turn them off entirely. But like, on one hand, it's good because maybe I'll get some enough views at some point where, like, it's more money to fund fish stuff. But on the other hand, every time I open YouTube, I'm experiencing what it's like to get ads on a video. It's horrible. YouTube Premium for the win. Welcome to Premium. I love being able to talk in comment sections. Yeah, I'll never go back to watching ads. I'd rather die. And they never even show me ads on things I want to watch. That's the thing. Like, there's the ads aren't even targeted to me properly. You would think I'm on this channel that's clearly I'm into fish. You would think I'd get like 90% like fish related ads, but I don't. I get ads for like irritable bowel syndrome. I don't have irritable bowel syndrome, and I'm not trying to manifest it either. Stop giving me ads for multiple sclerosis. You know, I'm still young. This hasn't happened to me yet. so that's the thing. It's like I might have to buy YouTube Premium again because it is so painful to use YouTube without it. And I mean, I watch YouTube a lot. I don't really watch streaming that much except for the odd reality TV show. So Is doing a review of all the stores in Seattle, all the local fish stores in the Discord. It's pretty interesting. Just got distracted reading it. Get the family pack. YouTube Music is good if you're interested in small bands in other languages. Branton also do the friends and family and split the cost. Yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. I'll take the ads. More money for fish. I appreciate it. I mean, like I said, I don't even have the option to turn it off entirely, but shit. I guess everyone's got to buy premium. Or use ad block, which is also free. Yeah, my ad block, when it broke the first time, I just never went and figured out what's the one that works now. I've had premium for years as another streaming service. I'm thinking of dropping streaming services that are now putting in ads. Looking at you, Pride, bro. Stream it. Yeah, that's like Hulu and stuff was always like, bro, you I think Netflix did put in, a poverty tier, basically like, hey, you're too broke to pay the full thing. Well, why don't you pay a little less, but we're gonna make it extremely unpleasant for you to use our platform with ads. Bro, $20. I made that in fish during the live stream, bro. I gotta breed more stuff, bro. If I wanted to make money off of this hobby, I just would take the isopod stuff super seriously and just have thousands and thousands of them and then aggressively market them. But I want this hobby to stay what I do for fun. This is my only. I don't do video games. I breed fish. You know what I mean? So I'm protecting that. I'm like, you make enough fish, you got to sell them one way or another. So I got the site for that, but I don't want to start min-maxing too much. Just another monthly bill. My mental health is worth $20. Hey, I thought you were ending. Faked me out, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know you can't trust me. And you even seen my final form of streaming yet, man. I haven't even done like an 8-hour stream yet. I haven't done a 24-hour stream yet with the fish stuff. That would be kind of interesting. What does that even look like? I mean, I guess once I can walk around and stuff more, I could do that. I've done a 24-hour stream before in another context. Ads driving me up the wall. I can't stand ads. What else can I not stand? They only annoy me really during lives. Yeah. The other day I had it glitch out where like the ad came on and I was watching a live and then it got to the end and no skip ever came, but also I couldn't progress past it. I could only just continuously restart the ad for all eternity. It was the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Like, and you gotta tell those aquarium guys we need more podcasts, Branton. I listen to YouTube all day. Premium allows you to close your screen and still listen. Yeah, you can close your screen and still listen without premium, but it is annoying as hell. You got to get it to go in picture within a picture. Then you got to go out of YouTube. Then you can turn it off. It's going to pause. You swipe down, and then you hit the play button in the right corner. But it is a lot easier when you just have premium. And some people, they forget to turn their members-only content to, like, subscribers only. And just by having premium, you can see their members-only content because you have to actually check it. The default is that premium members can see your YouTube premium people can see your members only content. You have to like do an additional checkbox to make it so only people that are like subscribe what do they call it? Is it a subscriber? What is it when you I'm blanking. That would be nice, Branton. Downloading videos for later is a game changer. I guess if I was going on a plane and stuff, that would be useful. Members. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Whoops, I did it again. I'll be making myself look so slow sometimes. What do you call it? Member? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, listen. I'm trying my best. Pound the member. Yeah, did you guys like going to Pound Town with me and Branton? I felt that was cool. He brought us into his world of pounding the fish with food. Go get some chia seeds and fluff your blood sugars dropping. What are we getting from Moonlight? That's a good question. Let's do new to old. I'm not getting red Mickey Mouse platies. Come on. Come on, Moonlight. Give us something cool. Give us something cool. Oh, we got extremely rare. So we get like the most nondescript photo ever. Gastromyzon Red Devil Hillstream Loach, $150. Yeah, go fuck yourself, bro. No, I was joking. I was joking. You ever see a fish price, you're just like, bro, take it back. Come back when you can get like 100 of them. I'm too broke for this. I get it. I don't think a fish can ever be too expensive, but it can be too expensive for me. And 150 per loach, you must be smoking that good crack, like in the old days. So I hear. Yo-yo loach, green tiger loach. You went to Pound Town with bare bottom Branton, bro. Today saw my Nanochroma strombostatus. I had seen her since I put him in the tank. I was sure she was a goner. Yeah, mine have been a little bit chilling out. They're starting to come out more. None of my Nanochromas, like the pairs, don't seem incredibly loving with each other yet. So, yo, fuck that 150. I just get the pink polka dot Hillstream Loach, Gastromyzon SP. Or look at this, the yellowfin. Oh, would I have these? Whoops. Oh, look, they're selling those crayfish. Awesome, Steve. Branton, he knows his way around Pantown. Pause. But where are the cool fish? I thought the tariffs were gone, man. Everyone's kind of at the stocking on everyone is kind of low, honestly. Cause I think I was looking at Dan's fish. Yo, when Corey was talking on the stream, like, yeah, I finally convinced him to sort by most popular automatically. I was like, God damn it, you fucking piece of shit. The only thing I go to Dan's fish for is so I can see the most recent stuff. That's the fun part. It's part of my routine. You've now added an extra click to my routine. It's killing me. Come on. Now, the toothpick fish, that is actually pretty cool. I've been wanting to get those. I need to get some Pandagar. I heard they eat BBA. I have Pandagar. I don't think they're in a tank with BBA. I'll have to see. They're definitely very active eaters. I've got the red neon blue eye rainbows in. That's nice. Party animal rainbow fish. It's a frat bro. What the hell?
All right.
Okay. It's kind of interesting. It looks kind of like a reverse Kalitawa. I don't know how to explain why that makes sense to me, but oh look, he's got more of these are the Lake Tanganyika gobies. Sorry, not sorry. I meant the Suwese. I don't know why I said Lake Tanganyika. These are a cool one. There's actually like a website breeding stuff from Suwese. Like they're trying to figure out how to breed these. Last time I checked, they hadn't. Yeah, SuweseKeepers.com. I'll put that link in the chat. It's kind of cool. There's a lot of species that are like trying to figure out how to breed for conservation purposes. I think this is one of them. It's a shell dweller from from Suwese. I don't know why I keep saying Lake Tanganyika. That's ridiculous, bro. Platinum red-tailed Dumbo ear guppy. Panda angel. If you get the blue Acars, I know the person that bred the blue Acars on Dan's Fish personally. They're great quality. I have some myself. I got them in some local. If you're in the area and you're bidding in the auctions, you could have the same Acars from Dan's Fish. I just put you on game. I had any luck with these Siamese algae, Steve? Yeah, I should get a group buy and try them. What the fuck is a party animal rainbow fish? I mean, I did kind of glaze over that. I don't know. I don't know. Let's look up the Latin name. Chilthernia blehuri. Bro, I sound so illiterate right now. Typically silver, white, and this does not look. I guess it kind of looks the same. Yeah, I don't like the rainbows that get this big, broad body. I'm not into that shape at all. I like the Melitanias and stuff. This picture does not look like the dance fish picture. And I'm not seeing it called the party animal rainbow fish anywhere else. So let's Google party animal rainbow fish, cause okay, I don't know what's going on. Dan's Fish has named this the party animal rainbow fish. This is their own name from all I can. Oh wait, dubbed the party animal by Bentley Pascoe. Okay. I think they might need to rename this one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. There's something about it. There's something about it. You would think party animal fun. Like, okay, that makes me want to get it more. But something, it makes me feel like they're kind of shady characters. I don't know. I do want to get some Nisanai. I don't know if this is like a rare collection point. I feel like they had them before. I've mentioned this like 3 times, so I don't need to drag it anymore. But this is legitimately what I do. I just go on fish websites, look at the same listings over and over again, and dream of a life. Dream of a better life than what I have now. Dan is smoking something. He's smoking on your top 5. I have Royal Cars now. I've had Electro Blues and bred them already. Yeah, I'm hoping that I breed them for BAP. It's all about the BAP, baby. You know what I want to do? I want to do the banded gudgeon. House of Tropicals had them, but I'm not buying new fish. To be responsible. But yeah, these gudgeons, pretty cool. Pretty cool, in my opinion. I found out in a stream my CPDs were originally from Foxy's through Kalish, aka Amish. That's fun when you find out your fish line came from. That it is cool when you can track the fish line. Like my baddest are from Clay's Fish Room, so I'm trying to keep spawning them, keep them going. I need to find some females of the Sheila red dot because I have only males left, so I might have to take the L on that one. My fish came from the great land of PetSmart. Hey man, we all gotta start somewhere. Now if you breed them, they came from you. Always cool knowing your cage came from. Definitely a wild caught species. Yeah, that's why I'm having fun spawning the strawberry beta because it's like my pair is wild caught. It's a care species. Some people hear wild caught and they're like, oh my god, this is like terrible. Like the majority of the time, the collection is not the issue. It's environmental destruction, and in those cases, how I look at it is that and why I targeted that fish in general is because I was like, well, I want to breed them for conservation reasons. So I think with wild caught stuff, the only moral thing that's on you, in my opinion, is to breed the fish. I think if you get something wild caught but you breed it, then it's a net positive. Some fish it matters more than others. I'm sure there's some where even for conservation reasons you just want to be more limited, but that's kind of how I look at it. I got a pair of Betta Embellis today too. Those are pretty. I really want to do Rubra, or I did look at Embellis. I think the API Betta, they just got a species name. I forget what the species name is, but yeah, that's a pretty Betta, man. Good stuff. I think the API Betta is one. It's basically just like another red. It's like yeah. Damn, this is potato quality. What is going on? No, I want API beta, not API tap water conditioner. Definitely for that. Yeah, that's why I said with some of the killifish is like some people, you know, if they get that killifish, they're not gonna breed it, and it's kind of unfortunate. So with wild cut stuff, I don't really find a moral issue with it, really. But I kind of would, you know, hopefully expect that you're going to breed it, especially obviously if it's something that's an endangered or rare species, I'd say you definitely have to, but just in general. Tempered Tanks just got home from work. How's it going, everyone? Going all right? Going all right. Have your Nanochroma Splendens colored up yet? Yeah, my Nanochroma Splendens look pretty good. I would say that they do look like this photo. My sexing them, I'm just assuming the one with the tube kind of hanging down is the female for both the species. It seems like with the Nanochromis, my assumption is the female seems, well, there is some head shape difference here. But I feel like that tube coming down seems to be consistent. But you can see here, like the perilous. I know there's a way to tell with the pattern and the dorsal, whatever. For some reason, I'm like really challenged mentally with these things, and I can never just go with the easiest way. But you'll see that there is kind of a head shape difference, a body shape difference. Yeah, the female's got that fat belly. I love the eyeliner, man. I gotta breed these. Does blue spotted hill trout? What the heck? Blue spotted hill trout, bro? You blue spotted hill trout? It's a real fish. Nanochromas are the best. Eat them snails, nom nom nom. Ooh, I need to see them eat snails. I don't know if I've witnessed it, but I love that. Bob says, where do you live, Temperate Tanks? Alberta, Canada. Ayo. Shout out Canada, man. Steve, the next batch are growing well. They'll be ready in several more weeks. Wait, the next batch of what? I missed it. Oh, guppies? Okay. Branton, I love hill trout. I have a species of Burles. I'm not familiar with the hill trout. It does seem like a cool. Look at that. It's got like the green shimmering, the blue, yellow stripe on the dorsal, and the anal fin. Where's the ventral? Bruh. I'm too tired. Okay, the blue spotted hill trout is a fascinating, unique species that requires a specific aquarium setup to thrive. Okay, bro, shut up. Let me scroll down. Sexual dimorphism, got coloration. Females possess a thicker body shape and less coloration. Males have tubercles, vivid orange on lower body. Natural habitat, that's what I was looking for. Also, the blue spotted hill trout, also known as the Travancore trout, is a stunning species that can be found in the southwestern region of India. This fish is an endemic species of various river systems, including the Pampa, Kalida, and are you kidding me right now? Bharatapuja, okay, as well as the western Ghats Mountains. In their natural habitat, blue spotted hill trout can be found in well-oxygenated rivers and streams with fast to moderate flow. Their substrate is usually composed of stone, gravel, or exposed bedrock. Yo, we got Minecrafters in the building, bro. Bedrock? Yo, bro. You hit the bedrock, you gone too far. You gotta mine at Z12. I always do Z12. I don't know. Sometimes 11. That's just always what worked for me, you know? Straight mining in a line. Gotta go, guys. Thanks, Nick. It's been a fun stream. And thanks for hanging out, Barbara. Bob said, okay, bro. Shut up. Sweet Barbara. California red guppies. That sounds pretty cool. That's California red guppies. California red guppies. Oh. That does look like a very nice red. It almost looks like a freaking One of those fancy swordtails. Okay. These habitats usually located at medium to high altitudes, making it a challenge to find these beauties. Regrettably, there's a dearth of documented breeding successes. What does dearth mean, bro? I've realized I don't. Okay, a scarcity or lack. Like, I knew what it meant, like, as far as, like, in context or whatever, but I just never, I couldn't place the technical definition. So dearth, a scarcity or lack of something. Like, that's obviously what it meant in the context, but okay, just checking. There's a dearth of documented breeding success for the blue-spotted hill trout, while some have claimed that spawning can be induced by administering large-scale water changes using cold water. Raising fry has proven to be a challenging feat. Bob said bedrock triggered. Yeah, good night, Barbara. Can you house them in community tanks? They're saying no. I want purple sailfin gudgeons. I'll be honest, bro. I think that this fish will not stand the test of time. I do. Here's why. The price is starting out too high. I don't think this fish looks good enough for a very low, like, I think, and it's not that hard to spawn from what I have been reading. So I think we're going to end up with a lot of people that bought these pairs thinking they're going to make $1 billion. They might make some money, but I think the market is going to flood pretty quick. I don't think there's that many people that are going to buy this fish. I just don't think it looks good enough. That's my opinion. Like, this is the best picture they put forward, but let me see the video. He had a video where they're in the tank. I just think that, like, a cool hill stream or something, like, I just think there's better things that I would spend a lot of money on. Steve said you didn't know. You probably won't see them online. That wasn't them. A guy named, okay. They're a lower sword guppy. Got it. Those are cool, Branton. $260. Yeah, so, you know, another thing. Where is the... He had a video of them. Because he was literally... They did a video. It was kind of funny. They did a video they posted that was just of the gudgeons. It kind of was like, please buy these. Where is it, though? It's kind of weird. I swear they did a video where they talked about the gudgeons. Maybe it's in this. Because it was like a big tank with the rocks and stuff. I agree that the market will flood with them. They can't be too far off of other gudgeons. I think the sailfin gudgeons are the extra fish to line breed. There's so many colors in that fish you can make better. I mean, we'll definitely see. I'm not saying there's no potential. I'm just saying, for me personally, like, I think the cost is too high, and I don't think the reward will be high enough. I'm not saying there's no reward. It's just that, like, $260 for a pair plus, you know, $50 shipping. Like, there's other things I would rather breed, buy and breed. I've done some asking around about this fish too. And what's interesting is they'll sell these. From what I understand, from a couple people I talked to, that look at fish lists and stuff, the males, I believe, actually cost more to order than the females. And I want to say the price, I forget what the price was that he said she said that she would have to price them at. It wasn't 260, whatever. But anyways, my point is like, so Dan has them. Other people have been offered the chance to buy them, but people have been passing up on them for whatever reason. Probably because I think Dan is one of the only people that he's a great person to sell expensive fish like that. I don't think many people can. I think he can. I think that's a great thing. I wish he would bring in more expensive fish, honestly. Like, get some. I wish they got some Congo tetras in. What's the big push for virus-free on Dan's? Why do gouramis all of a sudden have a virus? So gouramis have always had, I think it's an iridiovirus, basically, and I think it's a lot of. Well, they have it on the pearl gouramis or something. Anyways, at some point, the farms or something where they're at, like, they get this virus, and it kind of eventually kills them, and is supposedly behind why. What is going on with the categories? I'm sorry. Air breathers. Okay. Something just feels off right now. I don't know what it is. I'm getting lost. So, anyways. So that's why, like, a lot of the dwarf gouramis apparently die after a while. And I've definitely witnessed this. My grandpa had the dwarf blues. So it is definitely a thing. So what they've apparently done is found a source where, like, the virus does not exist in the population. Also, some people think maybe there's a conspiracy theory that, I forget, some science thing they looked at it. There's no way that this virus could be naturally blah blah. Like, some people think they infect stuff with the virus on purpose before they send it out. So, who knows? But point is, Dan's fish, apparently they worked up a bunch of fish from the source, and they've determined the source is virus free, as far as they know, for now. And that's the whole situation. So, if you want a $50 dwarf gourami that is virus free, which means maybe it'll last you a long time, as opposed to anywhere else, then Dan's is the place. Now, I will say, this fish looks like it's already dead. Who chose these photos? Am I crazy, or do these fish look terrible? Like, I don't know. Do I just not know what a dwarf gourami looks like? Yeah, I feel like this is more what it's supposed to look like, as far as the body being, like, full and stuff. I don't know. Those aquatic arts pictures are kind of like something. If my fish looked like this, I would think something was off. How many gouramis? He would have to list the Congos at like $45 each. If he got them in, that's why. Oh. I want some Congo puffers. Congo puffers. That's what I'm going to say at that. I think he actually has the Congo tetras at like $13 each. It's not the worst. Oh, it's 15. Okay. I tried, Dan. And the dwarf chain loach, some of the stuff isn't bad. Like the dwarf chain loach, I didn't realize they're so expensive, but apparently that's a decent price, actually. Nick said, nope, not reading that. The spotted Congo puffer. Tetrodon shotintini. I don't want to be a bully, Dan. Your fish no, his fish didn't look bad. No. Dan's fish looked fine. I was saying aquatic arcs, the photos they used of their gourami. The gourami looked a little. How many gouramis had to die for Dan to find that out? At least 2. Well, actually, no. They sent a whole group to the lab, I believe. I think he talked about this on stream. This is all from my memory, so I may be remembering it accurate. I believe that, like, they sent an entire group to the lab and got them all worked up. And then when they confirmed, like, the whole group was virus-free, then they, like, were good to go and ordered them again, kind of a thing. That's what I remember. But yeah, I want to breed Congo puffers. It's on my wish. Oh, I should breed the I need to focus on. No, I need to focus on what I'm breeding right now. Let me not get distracted. these killifish, these nanochromis, these cribs. Yeah, okay. We're focusing in. We're good. So has he maintained the status of being able to call them back? Listen. So I saw Dan's fish talk. I've been critical to Dan's fish, some of their disease stuff. I'll say his talk, like, I felt like it was a great talk. I have a lot of respect for what they're doing. I feel like I understand, and all that kind of stuff. I rock with their mission. I want to buy fish from them because of all that kind of stuff. That being said, yeah, I do think there is some interesting questions like that I also have, but from his talk, like, I understand that part of the problem is that there isn't a lot of fish medicine stuff for them to go off of, so they're trying to kind of trailblaze this thing themselves and figure it out. But yeah, I also have questions like that. I think the answer is, Nick, you want one of those puffers? I mean, I do. I would love to breed those. I would love to breed those. I want to clear out my 40 breeder of cribs, plant it up, and try and breed the Congos. The Congo puffers. Jesse, you don't have like an elephant or something, do you? Because you said, Nick, you want one of those puffers. Like, bro, I feel like you just got every animal. You're like, yeah, I got chickens, I got cows. Like, just if you have an elephant or a giraffe or something, like, just give me a heads up before I visit, man. Like, yo, I was running today. I wasn't gonna. I've been trying to run again. I don't know if I've talked about that on the stream. Just my history is running, but I'm trying to run. I've been running like a mile, you know, trying to take it slow so I don't injure myself. But I was running. Neighbor had a huge ass dog outside. You know, I got my headphones on. I can still hear. I hear barking. I just look to the left. I see this huge dog running towards me, bro. It was so big. Like, I don't know what breed it is. I'm terrible with dogs. The breed was, it's gonna kill me. That's what the breed was. And I was like, I literally was like, what do I do? So I was like, I can't run. Like, the last thing I want to do when a big dog's running at me, like, you're not supposed to run, I don't think, right? You know what I mean? Plus, I'm like out in the open. There's nowhere for me to run to. I would like climb a tree or something. Usually, I've had to do that before when I was like going through people's yards and I didn't know they had a dog. I've had to like climb a tree. That's definitely happened. But yeah, the dog looked like it was gonna fuck me up. I'm like slowing down my running. I'm like starting to freeze. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like, really? Anyways, the dog was luckily on like a chain. It was on like a chain or something. So it looked like it was about to get to me, but then but bro, like, I was like, I literally was doing this. I was like, jeez, like, bro, it scared the hell out of me. I thought it was about to be over. Honestly, I was like, I'm about to get so fucked up right now, and it's all because I decided to try and run again. And you know it was bad because the owner actually came outside like within like a minute of the dog. Like, they could see that the dog was like being very intimidating because it was all on my face. Because it looked from my perspective like the dog was about to really mess me up. I couldn't tell that it was on like a leash or something. And the person came out so quickly you could tell they felt bad. Like, they're like yelling at the dog. Like, that was also a bad sign, how they're yelling at the dog. I was like, so see, they know their dog is not to be trusted. So the problem is, that's like, no matter where I go running, like if I went to go run from my house to a trail, I gotta go past that dog, you know. Seriously, if you want some of those puffers, let me know. I do definitely want some of those puffers. I would have to, prepare properly, but the dog just wanted to help you get exercise, stay strapped or get clapped or eaten. Yeah, bro. There was one time when I was a kid, their Rottweiler was like out in the neighborhood. It kept getting loose. And like, bro, we're kids. We play outside all the time. And like the dog would show up and like we'd have to like jump in a car or something, like, and it was huge. I remember once we got home, we're parking in the garage, and the dog came into the garage. So we're sitting in the car, like with my mom, and this bro, the dog's a horse. We can't get out of the car, and it and the problem is, it's like, you know, I'm a cat person, right? So everything I'm saying is with the tinge. It's not that I don't like dogs or appreciate them or think they're cute or anything like that. I just prefer cats. That's just what matches my personality. I love my cat. She's very affectionate. So, I feel like I kind of get some of the dog like benefits with her. But people get very sensitive with dog breeds and stuff. All I know is that if the argument is that it's not the breed, it's the owner, that only even more enforces my point of being concerned. Because look at the average pet. Do I trust the average pet owner to be competent? No. No. What's the average person with fish doing? Killing their fish. You know what I mean? So with some of the big dogs that are just basically every time I see them in public, angry, dragging their owners by the leash and stuff, it's very, I get very like, I do get nervous. Like, I am scared of the dogs because they could really mess me up, and a lot of people like that own them do not take that seriously enough, in my opinion. Like, I've had a lot of situations in my old apartment, like, bro, even like a golden retriever, it's like a classic dog. I never realized how huge that thing was until someone, he had a leash on it, but it was like a rope that was like this long. When the dog is running at you, it looks a lot bigger. Okay, it looks a lot bigger. And also, I was walking my cat at the time, so it's just funny because if my mode for safety with these things is, well, it's not the dog, it's the owner. Well, now I feel even less safe because I wouldn't trust myself to properly train a dog. That's one of the reasons why I don't have one. So I'm definitely not trusting that many strangers. How did you get out of that situation? Oh, with the Rottweiler in the garage, we just had to wait in the car until the dog got out of the garage. Once we thought it left and we started closing the garage door and I walked back in, the sensor made it go up. But yeah, we're basically just stuck in the car for like 30 minutes plus whatever it was until we could close the garage door and the dog got out. And that happened, I want to say it happened like once or twice. Like, that was like a problem dog in the neighborhood for a bit. Damn, you were mauled by a Rottweiler when you're 10? I'm so sorry, man. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. Are you afraid of them? I was for a long time, not anymore. How'd you get? Oh, you were asking him how he got out of that situation. My bad. The dog owner came out and beat the dog off me with a 2x4. Bro, why even? Well, some people own dogs like that for security and protection, I guess. So that's the answer. But like, man, bro, you gotta beat your dog with it. I'm related to someone that like, she's like one of those like, oh, like, pit bulls are misunderstood, whatever thing. Every other week on Facebook, she's like getting posted. She's gotten mauled by her dogs or something. You know what I mean? And I remember the one time it was she had to get a cattle prod to fend off her own dogs from attacking her. And I'm just like, man, whatever PR you're trying to do for the pit bulls, you're doing the opposite of it for me right now. I'm like, you just got hospitalized by your dogs. Now you got to get a cattle prod for a little, like, come on, bro, what are you doing? What's going on? I army crawled to the neighbor's house and called an ambulance. Bro, that is terrifying. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Branton. The doctor said I was lucky to fell on my face and put my hands on my neck. Wow, that is smart that you, or I don't know if you just knew to put your hands on your neck, but that is crazy. If you get attacked by a golden retriever, you deserve. I mean, Steve, we both have a golden and a Roddy. Oh God. I would be disappointed if you didn't have some kind of big dog, Jesse. That just wouldn't make any sense. I had to miss the first 2 months of school. Oh my god, man. I would be so scarred from that experience of being mauled by a dog. Like, I'm sorry you had to go through that. People get dogs for the wrong reasons. Dogs are powerful, some more so than others. Training for them, yeah, I agree. And that's part of the thing. Like when I was in my apartment complex, it's like all these people with these big dogs walking around. They live in the same apartment as me, and I just think if you have certain breeds of dogs, like there's some dogs that should not be in apartments. Like they need way more space, an outdoor space. And also, if the only place you can walk them is it's this other place filled with other dogs, right by the street, noises, all this kind of stuff, like I feel like it's just not a great environment. You know what I mean? Bob said, "Yo, what's up, Christopher?" William Justice, he said, "If you need protection for your own dog, you shouldn't own a dog at all because you clearly have no idea what you're doing." Yes, I agree. I definitely agree. I think I'll probably end up one day having a dog because I think that I think Jessica wants to get a dog, or I'm sure someone I'm around will want to have a dog, you know, one way or other. But I just want to be in a place in life where I can do it properly. You know what I mean? But overall, I'm still just I'm in love with my cat right now. So I heard the chain broke. I thought, yep, I'm fucked. Oh my god, the dog broke the chain. That is so. That's the worst because it's so unfortunate. Um, I may just be a farm kid, but I've always had dogs: two lapdog mutts and a mastiff. I met a mastiff that was really nice once. It's a really cool dog. Yeah, I used to, I played a lot outside as a kid, and all of our neighbors had dogs. I feel like the standard for having dogs is higher now. Like when I was a kid, I think it was still like the end of the era of people it being normal for people to have a dog that they just keep chained outside was kind of ending. Like when my dad was a kid and stuff, that would be the thing. Like everyone had a dog they just had chained outside. Like that was mean kind of thing. I think by the time I was growing up, that was like starting to end. But there's still a few dogs like that in my neighborhood, and we were playing outside, running around. And even if dogs like didn't escape the yard, well, we were cutting through people's yards to go through whatever. And sometimes you would take the risk not knowing if the dog was out. And luckily, I was pretty fast, so I had no problem hopping the fence or climbing a tree. But there's one or two times where one of my friends were just a little slower, got a slightly ripped shirt or something, or got very scared. That's on us though for trespassing. But there's my dad told me stories like there used to really just be people out in more rural areas. They just got their mean dogs just roaming around, and you have to really be careful where you're at. When I first moved to Maryland, a little kid was killed by Newfoundland a couple of blocks from me. That's sad. Yeah, that is very sad. I do think most of the sad stories I see pop up with dogs and stuff is like when people have seizures and then stuff involving kids. I feel like I see that the most. I'm sure it's hard to remember at the moment, but if a dog bites you, squeeze its paws hard. Yeah, if I can handle that kind of coordination, I'll try. When we live with my other half parents, they have a Great Dane. Great Dane, that's another big dog. I met a Great Dane, and it was very nice. Very nice dog. Very, very huge dog, though. That's one thing about my personality trait. I do get annoyed by like minor inconveniences sometimes. My cat, very cute. She can be demanding. If she weighed 100 pounds and was trying to get my attention, it might be a bit more annoying. I had a giant white that used to chase me every day on my bike. I was terrified until the day he caught me and licked me to death. He was around my family for years after that. Aw, that's such a nice story. But that's what I mean. Like, I feel like some people are missing the experience of having a neighborhood dog that they run away from all the time when they're a kid. Some people are missing that experience. Like, it was definitely an error. Like, you're like, oh, that's the dog we gotta run from. Oh, he's out again. He was a neighbor's dog that adopted the whole neighborhood. Oh, that's very sweet. That's very sweet. I do think it's crazy the things you can train dogs to do, like, especially like some of the medical service dogs and stuff. Like, it really is mind blowing. It really is. Now I just need my fish to pick up the slack. I'm just saying. Maybe we need to raise our expectations for the fish. What can my Congo puffer do for me? I'm just saying. Can it get me an extra seat on an airplane? Can it get me an exception in my dorm room or something? I don't know. Can it help administer my insulin? I think this is what's next for the hobby. Okay. My Oscars jumps for food. Okay. I mean, one way I could look at it as like the food's so bad it's jumping to commit suicide, or it's taking the opportunity of you opening the lid to like end its suffering. The other one is like, oh, it's jumping for. It's like excited you're trying to jump for food. Half glass, half full, glass half full. I just said half glass half full. I mean, it is what it is, man. Does have a lid. I want to see the fish that doesn't have a lid. Oh, okay, I see. So what? You got the nets underneath like it's Foxconn up in. Go stop. Why am I still talking, bro? What is wrong? What is wrong? Oscar's one of those big fishes that I don't think I'll get anytime soon, but they just seem so cool personality wise. Now I've had her for 9 years. That's awesome. I can't wait till I can say this is fish I've had for like 4 or 5 years. That's like goals. It's goals. I'm working on it. There's definitely a few fish I feel I'm very attached to that I've had for the majority of my time. I'm trying to think, what fish have I had the longest? I've had the cribs a while. Rainbow cichlid I have a while. Some of the killifish I've had their lines for most of the time. I have 8-year-old rainbows, so that's very cool. What was your first fish? I think what was the first fish I bought? I want to say it was CPDs. I think those were the first ones I bought. I want to say they were the first ones that I bred. Just lost one of them earlier this year. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that. But 8 years is a very long time. Sounds like you took good care of them, pounding them with food the whole time, I'm sure. I have a big school of 4-year-old neurons that are slowly dying one by one. Yeah, that's the worst when stuff is like dying slowly one by one. Like you kind of understand it's the group's time, but that does suck. That does really suck. My grandmother has comet goldfish in her pond over 15 years old. Yeah, I would love to have. My neighbor has some koi fish that are very old, and I think if I could find a way one day to have a pond and then the maintenance not be too difficult, that would be nice. They're just aging out. Yeah. I mean, that's the best you can hope for, right? You keep them up long enough that they can age out. That's why I'm trying to get a little bit better, that kind of thing. But yeah, June will be, I forget what day, but June will be 2 years for me in the hobby. So it's definitely A lot of reflecting, a lot of, have I come as far as I wanted to by this point? How can I, fix the things I'm still fucking up? Sheesh. All right, guys. The coolest pair of royal blue crown tail paradise fish coming. Been looking for them for years. Let me look. All right, I'm off the bed. I was gonna say I need to get up. My sleep schedule has been pretty consistent. I've been waking up very early. I've been at like 5-6 a.m. I'm doing well. These fish are very pretty. But Branton, thank you so much for the talk. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. I could really talk forever with you guys. That's why I have to just call it now, because I'll never get off if I just wait until I'm too tired. I'd talk until I fall asleep. But shout out to everyone. Branton, of course. If you missed the beginning, go back. We had a great conversation with Branton. Scotty the Fish Freak, shout out to you. Thanks for coming in, holding it down in the chat. Barbara, appreciate you. Yinzer, you stopped by. Appreciate you as well. Jesse again. Putu Bird, Head Mod, thank you for coming and holding it down in the chat. Sheesh. Bob Bravo, appreciate you. Mick, I'm glad you went to sleep. You weren't here for the stream, but your sleep's more important. Nino, you stopped by, appreciate it. Big Steve, of course, coming in, holding it down. Always appreciate you, man. Hope the Galaris do well for you, because I'm going to need some, of course. Temperate Tanks, hope you get some nice rest after work. Stay warm. Is it cold in Canada right now? I don't know. Stay warm regardless, right? Let's keep it hot. No freaky. William, appreciate you stopping by. Christopher Junk in. I questioned myself for a second. Christopher Junk in. Get your junk out of here. No. Appreciate you for being around, hanging out. I didn't know you caught aquarium fish, or you went from your tanks just for my tanks. Went out to a pod. Brad headed to Amazon in the morning, or at least Southern Florida, to catch those plecos. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Get some rest. I'll be back soon. At the latest, Tuesday, we'll be doing a stream with Let's Scope It Out. It should be pretty cool. And then hopefully Thursday, I'll have another interview stream as well. So we're keeping it fish. We had a lot of fish talk. Hopefully you guys got some good information out of this. And if you want me to bring Branton back on again, let me know what kind of things we should get into and talk about. This has been Pound Town. Good time, chilling. And that is In My Tanks.